This, I request that we have a volunteer pray for us from the participants. A volunteer to please come forth and pray for us. Yes, sir. Thank you. We may be upstanding, and then after the prayer, we'll stay standing so that we can sing the first stanza of the national anthem. Thank you, sir.
Let us believe and pray. Father God, we thank you because of this great opportunity that we've gathered here, Almighty God, to have a conversation, Almighty Father, on the energy regulations, Almighty God. That, Almighty Father, even as we start this conversation, God, may you guide us, Almighty Father, from the beginning to the end, Almighty God. Father, may you give us wisdom, Almighty Father, to delve in the issue, Almighty Father, so that we come up with, Almighty God, proposals, Almighty Father, ideas, Almighty God, that are going to transform this sector, Almighty Father. We thank you because of all the participants, Almighty Father, led by the Director General, Almighty God. That, Almighty Father, even as we finish, may we finish with you. We thank you and we give you glory and honor because you're the only God who lives and reigns in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God forever and ever. Amen. Thank you.
Ee Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na huru, raha tupate na ustawi. Thank you. We may take our seats. Because we are not very many, I suggest that we'll be able to introduce ourselves. But before we introduce ourselves, I'd like to announce that this workshop is streaming live on the Facebook page of EPRA at EPRA_Kenya, and also on YouTube at Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. And the reason why we are doing this streaming is because we want to reach as many people as possible. So when it comes to plenary, then we will be able to take concerns and questions from people who are following us out there. So we can proceed with our introductions. I'll start with myself. My name is Immaculate Mwende. I work at EPRA. Protocol team, please assist me with roving the mic. Once you stand up, please tell us your name and the organization you're representing.
Morning, everybody. My name's Jesse Yeshini. I'm the director of Jeggin Energy Development from Kiambu County. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mark Ambito. I'm a researcher.
Good morning. I'm Mr. Washira. I am an energy investor, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bob Wabwire. Today I'm representing the National Alliance of Young Entrepreneurs. We are very keen on finding out what are some of the opportunities the young people can invest in the energy sector. Asanteni.
Morning. My name is Peter Cairo. I work for a company called Ampower Limited. We're an energy developer representing an investor called Southern Energy.
Good morning. My name is Alex Wabero, also from Ampower. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is George Flom from the Delegation of German Industry and Commerce.
Good morning. My name is Sylvester Makaka from Kenya Association of Manufacturers.
Good morning. My name is Engineer Wycliffe Were from Tatu City.
Morning. James Marumi, Tatu City.
Good morning. My name is Daphne Perez from Libra Engineering.
Good morning. I'm Mwangi. I'm do business in petroleum.
Morning, everyone. My name is Samuel Obiero. I'm here representing Kenya Peasants League. Thank you.
Morning. I'm Anthony Kenya. I lead with Envirosun International.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Arihira Mongoma, Youth Voice Kenya. Good morning, everyone. My name is Akwaji David Chelule, Youth Voice Kenya.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Juma Ndeta, Dreams of African Talents, and Embakasi Central Constituency Office.
Good morning. I'm Sylvester Maina from Batien Electrical Services, based in Laikipia.
I'm Mr. Kerry. I'm a stakeholder in this engagement.
Good morning. I'm Dorcas Sisaboke from EPRA.
Good morning. I'm Patricia Mbuga from Kengen.
Good morning. I'm Kenneth Omongi from Kengen.
Good morning. My name is Geoffrey Bethel Maoga. I'm an investor.
Emmanuel Masaba from Busia County, and an investor in energy.
Good morning. I'm Bernard Gogi, Stanbic Bank.
Good morning. My name is Alois Chami, energy investor, but from Busia County.
Good morning. My name is Esther Otieno, energy investor.
I'm Catherine Emali, investor in energy sector.
Hi everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Jim Wanjohi, working for PISR. My competitive advantage is that I'm well learned, and over and above all, I'm young and handsome.
I'm Catherine Emali, investor in energy.
I'm also young and handsome, and my name is Malvin. I'm a researcher. Thank you.
Simon Kimani is my name, Consumer Group.
Simon Asava, member of the public.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Kemiti from a researcher in Community and Environmental Network.
Faris Ogola, I'm a consumer.
Michael Makori from Amnesty International Organization.
Good morning, Kumar Dongo Kunde Energy.
Good morning, Stephen Megwe, Kenya Solar Energy.
Morning, Jimmy Monodi, Electrowatts.
Good morning. My name is Hans Jaoko. I represent Enacom Africa. We link projects to resources, whether it's finance or technical assistance to financial close. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Arnold Joko, representing Enacom Africa.
I am Hannington Kangede from the OSO Society.
Nasra.
Hello, morning. I'm Edward Jaka from African Institute for Sustainable Development.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sharon Kenywa from Electricity Sector Association of Kenya.
Good morning. My name is Rastamaina Christopher from Bunge la Mwananchi, Public Social Policy and Consumer. Thank you.
I'm Kennedy Mondi, Public Social Policy, a consumer.
Good morning, I'm Brian, a consumer.
Good morning, George Gakambi, Property Consultant, SITAC Kenya.
Good morning, I'm Stacey Angaya from KNA.
Good morning, I'm Florence Munyoki from KNA.
Morning, I'm Joseph Mushero, Industrial Property and Copyright.
Paul Mwagi, Consumer.
Good morning. My name is Guta Omar from the African Electrotechnical Standardization Commission. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ambrose Otachi. I'm a consumer.
Good morning. I'm Kennedy Okumu. I work for Solar Mix Limited. I'm the electrical and solar engineer.
Morning, I'm Nick Nyaga. I'm a electric conductor.
James Mutua, Red Craft Solutions.
Good morning. My name is Sylvia Munguti. I work at Stanbic Bank.
Good morning. My name is Frida McKenna from Roy Transmotors, a logistic provider.
Good morning. My name is Joseph Gituma, Stock Limited Company.
Good morning. My name is Patience Karanja from Kenya Private Sector Alliance, KEPSA.
Valizen, Anderson Wambua, Consumer.
Good morning, everyone. I am Tabitha Pingo from Bungula Wananchi.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mercy Chepkemoy from Natural Justice.
Mjamboni nyote, kwa majina naitwa Tabu Charles, Chairman Bunge la Wazalendo.
Good morning, I'm Moses Oreko, Elisha Africa.
Good morning. Isaac Ndereva, Electricity Consumer Society of Kenya. I'm the Executive Director. We represent consumers in Kenya.
Good morning. My name is John Chomba, Electricity Consumer Society of Kenya.
Good morning. I'm Okot Benblasto Diambo, a stakeholder and a consumer.
Good morning. Caroline Mwaniki is my name. Working for Youth and Kenya. I'm a consumer as well.
Good morning, everyone. Maurice Wanyangor, Power Mix Energy.
Good morning. My name is Charity. I'm Civil Society.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ronald Keter from EPRA.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mungai Kihara from EPRA.
Good morning. I'm Nixon Bukachi from EPRA.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sheila Tonui from EPRA.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Engineer Lawrence Mangrere. I work for a company called EMS Consultants. We are energy consultants. But today here I am representing the Association of Energy Professionals. I happen to be the president of the Association of Energy Professionals. So my interest here is to promote energy efficiency, promote clean energy, promote scientific and educational interests of the stakeholders, but above all for the professionals, because we are an association of energy professionals. I'm looking around to see if there are opportunities for our energy professionals. And I wish you all the best during the day. Thank you.
God is good. My name is Caleb Ngala from Light of Hope Away from Home, and I'm representing a community called Madari, which is the second largest informal settlement. And also I'm coming from a ward called Hospital Ward that has been there without electricity for the last 3 clean years. So it's the only ward out of the 85 wards in Nairobi without electricity for the 3 clean years. So that's why I'm here, and also I'm here to participate on this bill in front of us. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Paulino Pio from Light of Hope.
Good morning. I'm Ore Caroline from Light of Hope.
Morning. My name is Newton Mnyolo from EPRA.
Good morning. My name is John Mutua from EPRA.
Good morning, all. My name is Joseph Ukech from EPRA.
Thank you. I hope everybody has introduced themselves, and please just turn to your neighbor and tell them Karibu. Thank you. There's a little bit of disruption here, but thank you. Thank you. So we We are officially going to start the program now because we already know who is represented. I have heard that we have utilities in here. We have investors, we have consumers, we even have the civil society and organized groups that, are meant to keep everything in check. So in my opinion, we have a very good mix. So once we get into the business of the day, we will be able to interrogate the matter at hand, very expeditiously. So at this point, and with your indulgence, I would like to ask the Director General of EPRA, Mr. Daniel Kipto-Bargoria, to come forth and open the workshop for us. And then thereafter, we shall have the proceedings of the technical presentations take a route. Director, karibu.
Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. I stand here before you with very great pleasure to welcome you to today's workshop. We're here to discuss the draft Electricity Market Bulk Supply Open Access Regulations 2024, which, following the process, will be gazetted and shall apply to the generation, importation, exportation, transmission, distribution, and retail of supply of electricity. Considering the profound impact that these regulations, and particularly electricity, has in our lives, empowering our homes and businesses, and driving economic growth and innovation, I'm happy that you've taken time to be here with us today to provide your feedback, your input, so that then we can develop regulations for the benefit of the Republic of Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may be aware, Section 10 of the Energy Act empowers us as EPRA to regulate the generation, transmission, exportation, distribution, and the supply of electrical energy. Further, at Section 11, we are given as the authority the mandate to issue, renew, modify, suspend, or revoke licenses and permits for all electricity undertakings. As such, these draft regulations will provide a lot of input in terms of ensuring that we have a quality electricity market, which will ensure that we have efficient and reliable supply of electricity while promoting competition, innovation, and fair pricing for all stakeholders. As required in our constitution and the regulation-making process, we have made this draft available to the public through a Gazette notice that was published on the 16th of February 2024. I think that Gazette notice didn't really indicate that were draft regulations. I think there's been a bit of confusion with that respect. But we're here today to be able to go through this stakeholder validation so that then we can conclude the regulation-making process. And your feedback will be very valuable in providing, in inputting or enriching these regulations. You could be able to deliver your comments today at this workshop. You'll be able to provide them in writing to us on email. You'll also be able to provide them by dropping them off at our offices across the country. And we expect that you'll be able to undertake this process hopefully by Friday, the 8th of March, 2024, so that then we are able to proceed with the conclusion of the regulations. A question you may be asking is, what do these regulations entail and what are the implications? Ladies and gentlemen, one of the expected highlights of these regulations is how we're going to structure and design the electricity market, which will be developed in this country. We will be working in consultation with the Cabinet Secretary of the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum to undertake regular reviews of the electricity market to ensure it evolves, it moves and evolves with the emerging needs and priorities. We'll also provide guidelines for the market structure, setting out the rules and performance targets for licensees during this transition phase. There'll also be involvement of the stakeholders as we review this in consultation with the Cabinet Secretary. The regulations further outline the different roles of licensees in the sector. Generation, transmission, distribution, and retail supply licensees have been granted specific responsibilities in the regulations that will aim to ensure efficient, reliable, and safe supply of electrical energy. These roles encompass everything from balancing supply and demand to maintaining system stability and security, highlighting the interconnectedness of our electricity ecosystem. As part of consumer protection, these regulations promote efficiency in the quality of supply by holding licensees accountable for their services. They will be required to supply their consumers with quality services in accordance with their contract, and the case that where this is not done, we as a regulator will step in to have sanctions or penalties and even compensation as shall be determined by the regulations that we are developing. This will ensure that we do have security of supply in our country. In Section 31 of the regulations, this part will emphasize the responsibilities of the transmission and distribution licensees to ensuring that we provide non-discriminatory access to other licensees and eligible consumers. We'll also be introducing wheeling charges and use of system charges approved by the authority that will ensure fair compensation for the use of that network infrastructure, fostering competitive and equitable electricity market. The open access principle, which is provided for in our Energy Act 2019, represents a significant step towards modernizing our electricity market and promoting competition. It also holds the potential to unlock new investment opportunities, to enhance grid reliability, and ultimately deliver greatness and value to consumers who can enjoy lower power bills, less frequent outages, and more choice when it comes to electricity suppliers. The authority will ensure fair pricing by reviewing and approving tariffs to be charged by the licensees. This includes tariffs for generators, for retailers, for network service charges, wheeling charges, use of system charges, and auxiliary services charges. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, when we look at these regulations, these are regulations really that will shape our energy sector. We have been working as a country from when we had the Kenya Power Company. We then unbundled, KenGen was formed, Kenya Power was there. We had the sessional paper of 2006, which then bore fruit to the Energy Act. We then had the formation of the transmission company Ketraco. We had the principle of open access in our Energy Act of 2019, and we are now looking towards opening up the transmission segment by introducing the principle, or operationalism rather, the principle of open access, which is in the Energy Act 2019. With this, hopefully, we will then have more competition in the retail segment. We will have more open access and ensuring that you're able then to have access as consumers and give optionality to you as consumers. And this really regulations will move us as a country to the next level. Last week, we were having a conversation here in Nairobi of the East African Power Pool. The Power Pool is looking to operationalize power markets in the region and moving away from bilateral trades into an electricity market for the region. So as we go and do that for the region, we need to start at home. As they say, charity begins at home. These regulations will allow us to have more optionality as consumers, have more access for those who are on the generation space, and allow for competition in distribution and retail. These regulations will be a significant milestone, as it were, in the evolution of our electricity subsector as a country, and we really invite you as stakeholders, as the public, as the civil society, as electricity actors to enrich these regulations so that then that allows us to operationalize this very important principle that is in our legislation. So ladies and gentlemen, again, I wish to thank you for making time to be here with us today. Let us have candid conversations, let us have your feedback, and eventually we'll have a regulation that will be with us for this country for posterity. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, DG. Let's appreciate him with a better clap, please. Asante. We will now get into the technicalities of the day. And before we start, I'd like to mention that we have two subjects of the workshops. We have the draft regulations and also the regulatory impact statement. And as indicated in the program, we are going to start with the regulations, and then after tea break, which comes after that presentation, we will be able to present the regulatory impact statement, and then thereafter conduct a plenary session on the same. At this juncture, I would like to ask Dr. John Mutua, the Director for Economic Regulation and Strategy at EPRA, to come forth, first of all, to give us an overview of, why we are here on the two documents that I've spoken about, and then thereafter, he will be able to start us off with a presentation on the regulation. Dr.
Thank you very much, Immaculate. Thank you very much, DG, for the opening remarks. I think Immaculate DG has already highlighted why we are here. Maybe what I will say before we start the presentation, that we are presenting two issues today, the draft regulation 2024 on the power markets, bulk supply and open access, and also ARIA that we are finalizing. And then also to note that prior to development of these regulations, we undertook a power market study in the year from actually 2021 to 2022. We undertook a power market study. It was very, very extensive. We were able to analyze where our market is, state of the market as required by the Energy Act. And this is part of the process that goes to and devise the CS on the power market as we begin this process. Secondly, I think those who have been around for some time, and I think from the stakeholders, I've seen familiar faces. We did have electricity tariffs regulations that again we brought to the stakeholders. Electricity tariffs regulations, they set the format in which utilities have to file their regulation, their tariffs for review and approval by the authority. Again, we also have prepared electricity regulatory accounts, and these are reporting regulations. We went through stakeholder process. We are the tail end to finalize them. And these regulations for regulatory accounts will help companies when it comes to reporting. We have a reporting structure in the way utilities should be able to submit their capex for generation, for transmission, for distribution, so that we can be able to almost get a cost-reflective tariff in our tariff setting. Then the other important aspect that has happened is also we did review the tariff in the last year for 3 years. And during the preparation of all this, you know, the reason why I'm saying they are interlinked is because we also have a tariff review guidelines that, again, we also subjected to stakeholders, and they build into this power market. Today, what we'll be presenting, this regulation, mainly as the DG has said, is to help us open our market. Because when you look at the DG has said from the East African Power Company, even before that, the original company that was producing electricity was in Mombasa, and then we came to Nairobi. Nairobi was called the Electricity Syndicate or something like that. And from there, Kenya Power was born, from East African Power Company to KPLC to where we are. And we have seen a lot of competition in generation, and we are now moving towards competition in other areas in the market. And I think as we make the presentations, it's not complicated. I think just conceptualize the market the way you know it. In a market, we have sellers, we have people who are selling products, and we have buyers. It should be as simple as that. And again, the issue of open access. As the DG has mentioned, we are looking at even having the East African Power Pool in place. The South Africans have theirs that is very active, the South African Power Pool. And the good thing with the open access, it will enable us to get power from other countries and also be a conduit of power to other nations like Tanzania. Even right now, South Africa is load shedding, almost like 6,000 megawatts. These regulations will make it possible for even for our companies to be able to trade even with the South once we get to the tail end of it. So without much ado, I would like to invite my colleague, Newton Munyoro, the Manager for Pricing and Competition, to make a presentation of the regulations, and thereafter we will get comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. I think my name, as you heard, my name is Newton Munyolo. I'm the Manager, Pricing and Competition at the Authority. It's my privilege to take you through these regulations, the draft regulations, and then the Director will come and do the RIA, the Regulatory Impact Assessment. So it's a small presentation, about 15 slides, but it packs all the weight of the entire regulations. The presentation outline, that's the presentation outline. I will talk about the overview of the energy sector. That's the presentation outline. We'll talk about the energy sector, introduction of the electricity market, bulk supply and open access, structure of the regulations, the electricity market, bulk supply, open access, and then we talk about some miscellaneous provisions in the regulations. So that is the pictorial representation of the sector. Right now, as of June 2023, our installed capacity was as shown below. It was around 3,322 megawatts, out of which hydro was 838 megawatts. Geothermal was 926 megawatts. Wind 436 megawatts. Solar 210 megawatts, and then you had some thermal of around 646 megawatts. The peak demand is 2,177. Access rate is 70%. And then you have almost 9.2 million customers who are connected on the grid. So that is the market that will now be formalized. So that's the generation side. We are going to have now additional aspect of the transmission and distribution and even retailers, because now the market is not market for generation alone, it's a market for generation, transmission, distribution, and retail. The other pie chart just shows the generation mix. That is now the composition of different sources of energy in that year, as of June 2023. So you can see that it was almost, for that year, it was almost 85% green. Geothermal was the leader with almost 45%. You can see the composition of geothermal in the energy itself is higher than the installed capacity. It means that while hydro and the thermals have a higher installed capacities, we rely on geothermals principally to drive the energy needs of the country. Because sometimes hydro is not available, and thermals, because of the cost nature of it, you try to avoid utilizing dispatching from thermals. So we rely on geothermals to power the needs of this country. So I think we'll start now. This is now the background about why we are here, and the regulation itself is called the Electricity Market, Bulk Supply and Open Access. So it starts from how the needs of this market was formulated in the Energy Act. In the Energy Act 2019, it paved way for the gradual introduction of a Kenyan electricity market, with Section 131 providing for the development of an electricity market with the regulations to guide market operations. So the point there is you need regulations to have that market to operate, because the Act came in 2019, but for that market to work, you need regulations. So you need to have like the rules and procedures for that market to operate. I know in our areas we say that in every market we have a madman, but now this market you don't have madmen, because you have regulations and guidance that determine who plays what, and what are the rules of engagement. So the regulations that you're going to develop, that we have invited you to come and provide guidance, will support now that structure and the rules of the game that will be developed. So secondly, the provision of the Act makes way for the establishment of a marketplace to facilitate the trading of electricity between generators and retailers. As the Director said, this is just a normal market. Just the way market, like the capital market, they have a market for buying shares, trading bonds. So we're also envisaging a market where people will be buying power or spot. You can go into a future contract, you can do spot pricing. But not only the energy, you can also buy the service of wheeling that power from, let's say, Mombasa to Nairobi. So it's not only the market for kilowatts, it's also the market for the service, the network itself. And also we have a market for ancillary services. So these ancillary services, right now, there's no market for that. I think KenGen does that service from its own power plants, and they have been making a lot of overreach. That service that they are giving people, it comes with a cost, because now that if they have a hydro plant, somebody has installed wind power somewhere in Lake Turkana, but for that stability to be witnessed on the grid, you need to have a standby generators at a short notice that can come in and plug that intermittence. So I think we now want to formalize that market for ancillary services, such that if you tell KenGen, can you run up this power plant, they tell you now, for me to ramp up this power plant, these are the additional costs that I incur, and then pay me for that kind of a market. So they will be providing that service, with other market players, but now in a formalized way of engagement. So the Act also provides for non-discriminatory provision for use of an electricity transmission or distribution system by a licensee or consumer. It's a new provision because right now the transmission network, the T&D, is owned by KPLC and KETRACO. You may not go to the network right now and say, I want to wheel my power from here to there. So what the Act says, and what this regulation will now give life to, is that we'll have now open access. If you have a customer who wants to use that 220 kV transmission line from A to B owned by KETRACO, he goes to approach KETRACO, and KETRACO tells them, okay, this is what you need. Then they refer that issue to the system operator. System operator is now the intermediary, like the referee. He looks at what is the rating capacity of that transmission line, what are the attendant substation on that line, and what are the current capacity. So you do their own independent technical analysis and then say, I think the rating capacity of this line cannot take an extra this amount of megawatts. We can only take this capacity. So they will give you, they'll give now the technical analysis of that market for you to have that open access to the network. And then the Act also talks about establishment of an undiscriminating, efficient, and reliable system operator, having adequate financial and technical capacity to ensure security of supply, facilitates the establishment of an electricity market and realization of open access. So the way I've said, you need an independent operator who can both bring these generators, transmission companies, distribution companies, and retailers to an interface. It's like a clearinghouse. Even in the banks, they have what you call a clearinghouse. Even in the capital market, there's a clearinghouse. There's something called Central Depository and Settlement Corporation. They get all the applications for buying and selling orders, and then they process them, and then now they prepare a register. So now this guy called the system operator will be now the overarching technical coordinator that tells you, generation, I need this. The country needs this amount of megawatts. It tells generator A to dispatch this amount of megawatts, B this, and then now also liases with the transmission companies to ensure that that energy that is generated is taken to where it's supposed to be required. So that entity is classified to be non-discriminating and independent. So we don't envisage any of the licensees that are in the business of generating, transmitting, distributing or retailing electricity to be the ultimate system operator because of the issue of being independent. So right now it's is assigned to KETRACO, but technically Kenya Power is the one that's doing the system of dispatch and operations. So you can see both of them are licensees under these regulations. So they are participants in the market. So they may not be eligible to be that system operator that you're looking for. So the objectives, I think the Director General had already talked about it, but you can just see the objectives of these regulations. It's basically to govern the operations and management of the market, the open access and the bulk supply, promote competition, efficiency, reliability, and improve the quality of service within that market. So what you are looking at now is competition. Is that now the new competition both in generation, competition in transmission, competition in distribution, competition in retail. So this regulation will provide for even PPP arrangements in transmission projects. I can come and the country says we need a priority transmission line from, let's say, Kisumu to Kakamega or to Western Kenya. There's load shedding there. So if I'm an investor, I can come and do that line. And then we have we have now arrangements for wheeling. So I'll be dispatching power from one substation to the load centers, but I earn some wheeling arrangement or return on that. So these regulations will provide those kind of engagement. Right now, the private participation in the energy sector is generation. We have IPPs. So we want to go beyond IPPs to have even IPPs in transmission, distribution, and retail. So also the other objectives to attract investments for generation, transmission, distribution, and retail. I think that's one I've talked about it. Achieve market accountability, achieve greater accountability, transparency in the operations of the electricity market, and then provide guidelines for efficient electricity market operations. So that's is about now the rules of the game. You need to have provide clear and transparent rules of the game, so that you don't have a lot of market disruptions. Because even those markets that are regulated, capital markets, there are very stringent regulations that governs what a broker can do, what a dealer can do, what an investment bank can do. So, and if they fall out of those purviews, you have the CMA, they're moving rapidly. First of all, they have their own internal at the securities exchange. They can even suspend you, or they take away your license. So even this market will be premised on those set out clear rules of engagement and the repercussions, consequences of violating some of those rules, the way it's just supposed to be done in ordinary markets. So that's the structure of the regulations. That's the structure of the regulations. We have they are in 5 parts. We have part 1 is the preliminaries. Talk about citations, the commencement of that, the regulations, applications, and the interpretation. And then you have part 2, which is now on the market itself. And then you have part 3, it's about the bulk supply, and then part 4, open access, and then part 5 is the miscellaneous provisions. I think we'll see some of them in the details as you continue the presentation. So that is just a diagrammatic representation of how the market is envisaged. So you can see at the generation side, on the right of the presentation, you can see there's generation. You have generation company, generation company, generation company. So you have a different market for generation. They are feeding into a wholesale market. The way right now, most of generations, they feed that market, that generation to Kenya Power, but you're saying there will be a wholesale market, which is a voluntary. You can have a bilateral contract, but you can also have now the wholesale market, where you take your capacity and energy to a market, and then now that market, via the transmission system operator, it goes to the distribution companies, and then you go to retailers, different retailers. The choice is now is based on the consumers, and then it goes to consumers. So the point here is that we expect to have consumer choice. I think right now we don't have much of consumer choice, because if you're on the grid, it's either Kenya Power or Kenya Power. But now we are saying you could have other distribution retailers, depending on now which one offers the best services for the customers. So this market, what market? So we are saying this market will be a wholesale and retail market. Wholesale meaning is a bulk supply. I can buy power directly from the generators, and then I sell it to retailers. Retail also means I can buy it from the bulk suppliers, from the transmission companies, and then sell it to customers. So it's just the way other market operates in terms of a scope. So it's also a market for goods and services. Assuming that electricity is a good. So it's a market for both power capacity. You can say I want this amount of megawatts. It's also a market for energy. You can also say I don't want to farm capacity. I want just kilowatts. I want this amount of kilowatts. This on the time. This kilowatts this time. It's also a market for ancillary services. The way I said. There's also a market for ancillary services, meaning this one will be priced, although this one is not currently, the way I said, is not currently being experienced as a standalone service, but it's in other jurisdictions, it's an independent product that you can buy and sell, depending on who has it and who doesn't have it. Then there's also a market for use of the service, that is use of the transmission and distribution networks. So you don't have to build your own line to wheel that power from point A to point B. You You don't have to build your own transmission lines and substations, because now that was the of that market, that you have open access to transmission and distribution infrastructure. You have consumer choice, although the choice now is limited to a single supplier at a time. You said that consumer will be eligible to choose the supplier, but the regulations does not envisage a supplier, a consumer having two suppliers at the same time. You need to choose. You'll be eligible to have one supplier, but you can also terminate that contract and then move to the other guy if that guy is not providing you the good services. We have penalties and compensations. That's about the quality of services. Then you have specific roles of different licensees who are taking generation, transmission, distribution, retail, and system operator. So that the regulations has given out the specific roles of those parties. And then the disputes that you will envisage will be handled under the regulations on complaints and dispute resolution. Of course, if you have an agreement, even right now the PPAs says if you have a two existing PPAs, there's always a clause on dispute resolution. So it is normally say you go for arbitration, but also the act also says gives the authority power to listen to appeals between two parties, between two licenses. And also if those fails, you can go to the Energy Tribunal, and then if the Energy Tribunal gives you an unfavorable hearing, probably can go to the High Court. It has guidelines on how this dispute will be handled all the way to the High Court. So you may not, if you have a agreement the way it works, you cannot just move to the High Court before you exhaust the other mechanisms. So you can talk about the bulk supply. That was about the point was about the market. So there shall be supply of electricity energy by a licensee to another licensee for the purpose of enabling the supply of electrical energy to consumers. So this is now a wholesale market. You're buying specifically to sell to another licensee. It shall not relate to the supply of electrical energy by a licensee to a consumer. If you want to sell to a consumer, you need to have now the retail license. So you, depending on the space that you want to operate, you can operate in both the spaces. I've not seen any restrictions, but if at each level you need to have a different license for different services you're offering. So no consumer shall access bulk energy for resale. A consumer accessing bulk supply and who wishes to sell shall apply for retail license, as I've said. The authority shall approve bulk supply tariff in accordance with the regulations on electricity tariff and the Act. So I've said we have two additional regulations that determines how you price these contracts, how you price the cost of that energy. The electricity tariff, and then you have that one on the regulated accounts. So the regulated accounts provides the format which you apply and you report for your activities of different licensees. And then the electricity tariff provides the allowable, what is to be allowed, and how do you determine that tariff for different services. So the licensee applying for bulk supply of electricity are disclosed to the other licensee who is to make the supply the purpose of the supply of the electric energy. So what that says that you need to if you are you're going to a bulk supply and if you are the bulk supplier and you want to apply for the generators, you have to disclose whether it's power for your own use or you're going to resell to other customers. So that's saying you need to disclose the purpose of that application. So in that contract of bulk supply, we have some minimum disclosures that the party that's making application will be required to give. What is the capacity you need, or the energy that you need? You have to specify whether it's for your own consumption or resale. The entry and exit. There's something called energy accounting, meaning you have to declare, you have to have a meter where that energy is being dispatched to the grid for the purpose of your needs, and then where you're going to exit it from the grid. So you'll have 2 meters that you'll have to specify the exit and the entry and exit point. Availability of the wheeling capacity. So the way I said, just having this regulation themselves does not give 100% guarantee that your application will be succeeded, because if you want to move that bulk energy across a congested network, then the system operator will tell you, for energy security of the country, that part of that network is constrained, so it may not carry that load. So if that is the technical case, then you may not be eligible to use that specific part of the network to wheel your power. So it's the same thing about technical compliance. Is your application in tandem with the grid code? Because now you operate the grid as a single network. All the nodes and on the valves on the grid, they have to be in tandem with the entire grid. So if they tell you that your frequency of this transmission lane is 50 hertz, and then probably your machine is operating a different requirements, and you have to tell you now it's not feasible for you to be connected to this grid because you're going to cause additional disturbances, you're going to cause additional friction or even voltage surges. And then they look at also financial capability, and then the legal compliance, whether you are first of all you are constituted as by the requirement, and then lastly the way you say the metering, where are your metering points, and are your meters calibrated in the requirements of Kenya Bureau of Standards, because all the meters that will be deployed for the purpose of all these regulations will have to meet the standards of Kenya Bureau of Standards. I think now the last part of the regulation is on open access. So the system operator or the network service provider shall at all times reasonably operate the system or network as the case may be in a discriminatory manner. So there are two parties here, the system operator and then the network service providers, because the system operator, the way I said, is the guy that will be coordinating all these function of generation, dispatch, transmission, distribution to various needs of the customer. So and the network operator is the guy that owns the network. So you first of all apply to the network operator. He says, I'm the owner of this 222 kV line. I need to wheel this power. So the owner of the network will ask the system operator, what is the constraint on that line? And then he gets the feedback, and then he tells now the applicant that this is the exact capacity of that line, and this is what we can offer. So that system operator may not now again, if he tells you no, he cannot go and give another guy now permission that he can use that line when he has said no to you. So he can only say to you no if it doesn't meet the technical requirement of that network. If you are not operating within the required grid code, so he can tell you no, I think you go and change your specifications, and then, but it has to be non-discriminatory. It doesn't have to look at your face or your size or whatever and then tell you no. The same applies to the network operator. So we'll not have a lot of as long as you are able to pay for that charges, which you are calling the wheeling charges, you should be able to access the network if within the required guidelines. The network service provider shall charge wheeling charges or use of system charges. So that wheeling charge, as I said, it will also be at they make an application. The two parties have an agreement. They determine what they will be charging each other, and then they make application to the authority. So the authority will be the one in charge of now approving the charges to say that now neither party is exploited, or even the customer is not exploited. So we had said for grant of open access, the load shall not be less than 1 MVA in the distribution system or 10 MVA in the transmission system. So that in terms, it just tells you that if you want to take power from Nairobi to Mombasa, and that's you're using 220 kV line, you may not have a capacity less than 10 megawatts for that kind of line. They're saying it should be at least 10 megawatts or more. And then the eligible customers who are connected at 6 kV or below to the grid substation, or connected to a common feeder, shall be allowed open access. So it says that now at lower voltage, saying that institutions may not be big because of the kind of nature of the network that is there. But it says also you should be, if you choose to be at that level of the voltage, lower levels, you are liable for disruption of maintenance, shutdowns as the owner of the network is planning. So if the network owner has planned to schedule maintenance on Sundays, or between certain times, you are now at his mercy in terms of now that outages. So you need to operate within that required outage of the owner of the network. And then the other point is that the issue of the losses, because if you are wheeling power from point A to point B, there are losses. So right now we have standards about what is allowed losses. I think right now KPSC is 18.5%. So they are doing 23. So even if you tell them, I need power take to Mombasa, and they're using, let's say, this transmission and distribution grid, if they lose 23% of that power, they are liable for that 23 minus 18. So for the purpose of pricing that cost, you're only going to use 18.5%. But if they go beyond 18.5%, that becomes now the losses of the owner of the network. So the owner of the network will be required to maintain the network in operable conditions to reduce that instances of having higher losses on that grid. And right now, that's what normally happens, because you hear Kenya Power has 23, but now what the authority has allowed them is lower than 23, so they bear the cost of the remaining percentage of the losses. So that's just a process. You have a process of how we envisage, according to the regulations, how open access will work. You'll be having application. You submit application to the network service provider, and the network service provider forwards it for reviews, technical reviews, to the system operator, who will now look at the bigger picture of the national demand and supply, and then tells the network service provider either the network is congested or it's okay. And then if either case, if it's congested, it cannot take that capacity, then that application fails on technicality. Or else, if it's agreeable, then the applicant and the network service provider, they have a draft wheeling agreement, and then the wheeling agreement goes to EPRA for approval, and then it's executed. So that looks like a start from the application to EPRA approvals. And then I think the last part of the regulations is miscellaneous provisions. It's just about common issues that affect both the open access and the bulk supply, and the regulations that how you deal to those issues that come up of those regulations. So a person who willfully gives false or misleading information in relation to any of the applications commits an offense and shall on conviction be liable to a fine not exceeding 10 million. So it's about, that's why I talked about consequences, penalties and consequences in terms of application, or in terms of information given by different licenses. For example, if a system operator says that you made an application and says that your application cannot be executed because there's a congestion in the network, but the authority also has its own independent engineers that does this kind of analysis. They can also come up and do the analysis and say probably this information that provided was not factual, and you wanted to restrict competition across that kind of business. So we are saying that penalty is 10 million Kenya shillings, or imprisonment for a term of not exceeding 5 years if you give false information or misleading information in relation to any application commits that offense. So the other is a person who contravenes. So if you don't do what the act says, you also commit an offense. And you should be commit an offense liable to a fine not less than 100,000 shillings, or a term of imprisonment not exceeding 6 months, or both. And then the complaints. I said we have there's existing regulations about how complaints between customer and licensee, between licensees, are normally handled. So we're saying that any complaints or disputes between the system operator and a licensee, or between two or more licensees, or between a licensee and an eligible customer, shall be referred to the authority for resolution in accordance with the regulations on complaints and dispute resolutions. So generally, in that particular contract, you have your own dispute resolution mechanism. But you can also, if you don't want to, if you exhaust that mechanism, you go to the authority if the decision of the authority is satisfactory to the same parties, then they shall appeal to the Energy Tribunal, and then you can go to the High Court. So it has different layers. You can start with between your own self, and then if you fail to have an argument, you can go to the authority, and then you can go to the Energy Tribunal, and then to go to the High Court. I think that is the gist of those provisions. Then we have the format of application for each of those regulations. I think on your tables is a printout. You can read about the format of each of those regulations, how you'll be making application for open access, how you'll be making an application for bulk supply. So it has different format for different licenses. I think that's the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Newton, for that presentation. I hope you've taken down our concerns and comments, questions on that presentation on the regulation. Because we still have time, I propose that we proceed to plenary, and then thereafter we'll be able to take our tea break. And I will ask Dr. Engineer Okech from EPRA to moderate that session. Engineer.
Good morning once again. Thank you so much, Immaculate, and thank you, Newton, our manager pricing and competition, for that nice presentation. I'm back to you, the plenary participants. I think in front of you, the documents you have there, one of them is this draft regulations we have been discussing, the Gazette notice. And what Dr. Mutua did was just to give us an overview. In fact, he started from our DG by giving an overview. Dr. Mutua came and gave the overview. And then Newton has now taken us detailed through the provisions of the draft regulations. Is now, the onus is on you, and I hope you have read it, to give us your views. I'll just be chairing, so maybe we start, and when you're giving us your views, tell us your name and the organization or the group you are representing for the purposes of communicating with you further on it. Should we need any clarification, and also for purposes of our records. So I think without wasting more time, the plenary is open. I think we have listened to the draft regulations, the way Dr. Mutua said. After this, after our health break, we'll go now to the regulatory impact assessment. But now we are want to get your feedbacks on the draft regulations which has been presented. So, do you have those roaming mics, and can we start? I like starting from, okay, he's up there first, there's a hand there. So let's start from this side so that we pick all the questions from this side, all any issues, comments, not only questions, they could be comments, anything you need to feel you can improve on. Yes, tell us your name, the way I said.
Okay, I'm Stephen Muinde, and I'm an electrician, and my concern is about the issue with Kenya Power and the meter that is in the market today. Today, when you apply meters in Kenya Power, you are told that you will be given a 3-phase meter. Then others you will buy from them, from the market. My question is, when you go to the market, especially the token, they are being sold at 7,500. And before, when we used to apply token from Kenya Power, the quotation was around 80,000. That today, the meters that are being sold in the market is 7,500. And the person that you are told will be given the person that the Kenya Power has given the mandate to supply for you the the electricity. It is you that have been given the three-phase meter. It is the one that is only the main meter is three-phase. Then the supplier is you. Then you are being told to pay. My question is to the Kenya Power, which business is this? Because we are suffering as people. People are suffering definitely, and it is the first time I speak without fear that we have seen this thing in the Kenya Power. I'm asking, kwa nini hii kitu? Directors ambao mko pale, ukienda kwa Kenya Power, ukiuliza hizi mita ni za nani, mnaambiwa hiyo kitu sisi hatujui. Wale watu ambao wako pale wanasema Kenya Power ndio wanakupatia nini? Namba. Uapply hizo mita kwao. Tunauliza ni biashara gani ambayo inafanyika na Kenya Power? Because actually mimi kama mtu ambaye niko ground, hii kitu ninaiona na macho. Tunauliza hii ni biashara gani? Ukienda kwa Kenya Power wanasema hiyo kitu hakuna. Ukienda kwa wale nini wanakuambia ndio Kenya Power. Mita zao zikiharibika, ukipigia customer care ambao wamekuwekea pale, hizo namba ziendi through. Another thing. By the way, hiyo ni kitu ambayo iko serious, ambayo iko ground. Na tunataka you address this thing kutoka hapa. Tujue ni biashara gani ambao watu wanafanya na Kenya Power na wale wengine wako chini. Another thing. I come from area called Nunguni. From last week, hakuna hiyo stima, hiyo area ya Nunguni. Kuanzia Salama to the area of Nunguni market, area hiyo yote ya Kaiti constituency, hakuna stima kuanzia. I think ni Friday last week, hakuna stima. Na ukiangalia ni kikingi ambao nimesikia tu imekatika hapa area ya Salama. And Kenya Power guys are taking time to repair that thing. That is one in area of Nunguni Makueni. Another thing is I stay in Mountain View. Last week, actually we have stayed almost a week without electricity. And it is just in Nairobi. You wonder what is happening with Kenya Power people. What is happening? We are asking. Kwa nini tunaanza kuteswa hii maneno ya Kenya Power? It is the first time nimeona stima ikikaa wiki mzima area ya Nairobi na area kama Mountain View kama hakuna stima. Na kama ni uongo tunataka kujua hizo ni nini, because sisi tuko tayari kulipa. We are paying.
Thank you. You can summarize. You know, if you
yes,
talk,
I want to summarize.
Summarize. Can you finish?
Yes. Sisi tunalipa stima na unakaa bila stima. Ni ya nini? What is happening? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe just one clarification. Okay, I think the complaints we have been getting is from Kenya Power, and most of them about outages. The one of meters, I think, is related to what we are discussing. But let us not digress so much. Let us limit ourselves to what has brought us here, because the main topic we are discussing today is this draft regulation. But your concerns have been heard. Kenya Power, are they in the house? Kenya Power, KPLC, who is representing KPLC? Oh, now because the questions have become too hot, maybe attack it. But anyway, I work there. I know when I see him, I know them. I know them by name and by face. Okay, thank you. The next question, please, from this side. Okay.
Yeah.
Please summarize, please, and let's be specific and let's go to the regulations.
Yeah, ningesema kwa maswali isiulizwe mingi mnajibu zingine kwanza kabla the next round, maana zikiwa maswali mingi mnaweza shindwa kujibu zote. Now, I'm Joseph Musheru from IP Industrial Properties and Copyright. Kuna I think naweza ongea Kiingereza, naweza ongea Kiswahili. Nina maswali mawili tu. Na ningependa watu wa stima waelezee vizuri kwa ajili ya wananchi. Zamani ulikuwa unatumia stima ndio unaletewa bill. Unaambiwa kwa hii mwezi mzima umetumia stima kiasi hii. Lakini siku hizi kuna hiyo kitu inaitwa token. Wewe unaweka shilingi 20, dakika kidogo imekwambia imeisha. Na hapo kuna siri moja. Hiyo token machine iko na speed ya kuconsume hizo pesa. How do we know kama mnaongezanga speed ama mnapunguza? Ili mzidi kupata pesa kutoka kwa raia. Maana sasa wewe ukiwa raia unaweza kuwa uliweka 200 lakini kidogo inakwambia hakuna kitu, ongeza pesa nyingine. So Hiyo maana mmeleta sheria, naona mmeleta sheria hapa, na najua watu wengi wajasoma sheria. There are so many things inside this thing gazetted here in Kenya Gazette since that day, February 16. You have not exhausted in order to be able to ask questions. Na ikipita hapa katika validation, itaenda hiyo sheria because they have followed the constitutional process. So you question yourself, Kenyans, in such things. So hiyo mambo ya token ilipitishwa kwenye sheria gani? Na tukatoka kwamba upatiwi bill, unalipa kwanza. Haya, hiyo ndio swali ya kwanza. Swali ya pili, kile naelewa hapa, kama huyo alikuwa na present sheria ambazo mnataka kuweka, lugha rahisi kuelewa, nilikuwa naona ni kama mnasema liberalization ya biashara ya stima. Liberalization. Watu waingie, wapatiwe moto, waanze kuuzia watu vile wanataka. Nina swali kwa watu wa stima. How protected is the final consumer? Which bylaws mumemeka ili huyu mtu asikuwe exploited na yule atakaye kuwa amenunua stima kwenyu na anza kusupply kwa watu? The bylaws guiding everything, because stima ni yenyu in the final analysis. Thank you, Bwana Kiongozi.
Thank you so much, Bwana Mchero, for those two questions. Okay, this side, before I finish, then I can move to this other side. Okay, there's a question here. Oh, the level first, then you come to the there. Then we will react to those one, then you go to the other section. Yeah.
First of all, is to pity most of the participants who think we have Kenya Power team here, and I think we don't. And if they are there, they will not show up because it is becoming hot. So I think just to urge my fellow participants that we stick to the document. Otherwise, most of those questions you may not answer. You will say you will refer them to Kenya Power. And I am sure he might not even get a reply. Now, just a quick one on this document. I had raised it with several people from yesterday that we are having an occasion to discuss a document that we don't have. I went ahead and I downloaded from the EPRA website and I shared to a group, and that is how many got this document. But I also, in my own network, realized that we had another one that was gazetted on Friday, on 1st March. And then I was asking, what is the process of having a gazette notice? It is having, first, you have, they are called stakeholder engagement, and then you go to public participation. I'm just highlighting that so that we can get clarification. And then from there, it becomes a gazette notice. But you see, what we are saying is draft, even on the website, is actually a gazette notice, which is a special issue. And then we have another one. Now, if you get two documents gazetted, sometimes you want to see what is the difference, what changed from this other one. Because now, when you have a gazette notice, it is a law. Now, if it is a law, what are we discussing here if we already have a law? And what is going to change from it? And we have then realized that after 2 weeks, you changed the gazette notice, and every time you want to change a gazette notice, correct me, you need to take it back to the public for discussion. So we are already having two documents here which have been gazetted unlawfully, and then we are here to discuss or to rubber stamp. I'm saying that because I need that correction. Number two, so we talked about transparency among the distribution and all that process you're talking about. The question would be, is it the time we are going to start the transparency, or it has been our value as a regulator? I thought you have been saying you are transparent, and so it's not going to be passed during this regulation. So we cannot hide with these regulations that you will not be transparent if we don't pass them. And remember, I have said you already passed them and they were gazetted. Then we have mentioned the grid code several times. Remember, the last grid code that was gazetted was in 2012. I need to be corrected. We have another one for 2021 because we have a new Energy Act in 2019. In that grid code, the consumer was intentionally removed. And the people who need to change the grid code panel, the consumer was supposed to be one of them. So they were either removed unlawfully, and so you will correct us. But then what my question on that grid code was, which is the grid code that we are using currently every time we are mentioning about the grid code? So which one, which version? And has it been gazetted, or we still refer to the one of 2012? Lastly, is we said that we are going to get new players to compete with Kenya Power to supply power. But you also showed us a number that we have 9.2 million of the people who have already been connected. So the balance, which is the 30%, mostly are the people in the interior. Is it going to make business sense if those are going to be the users that you are targeting? Because we are sure all the businesses are taken up. Otherwise, thank you very much. Right.
Thank you so much, Ndeva. Let's give to the gentleman there. His hand was up. Then we react to these ones. And we must be democratic. We'll agree whether we break or we continue.
Good morning, each one of us. My name is Fadhili. I represent Bunge la Wananchi on private investors. I would like to inquire about the plan of this company called KETRACO and Geothermal Development Authority on their plans to go to the public listing. For example, KenGen and KPLC are privately listed. And the other time, KenGen was able to give dividends to the investors. So what are the plans for KETRACO and GDA to list in the Nairobi Security Exchange so that members of the public can also benefit from their participation in the economy?
Thank you so much. I think KETRACO and the GDC going to public listing is not part of our regulation, but maybe we'll see, because we are the regulator, we'll see how to react on it. So maybe I request the EPRA team to react to this one. So, okay, I think DG, I think the ball stops at you. So maybe just come and I'll not give you which one to react to. Just pick the ones you can react to, then we'll now do the rest. Thank you.
I think I'll only deal maybe with 2 or 3. I think one is the issue that Dr. Okech was speaking to, that we need to stick to the regulations that we're here to discuss today. But I think as a regulator also, consumer protection is one of our mandates. And when it comes to issues of meters, and particularly for the technicians, electrical workers, the comment that came in around meters and technicians, I think this is a real issue of concern. We as a regulator will be working with you to engage with KPLC on this matter of meters. It has been a long-standing issue. As you are aware, I know KPC had been in the market to procure for meters, and that matter was in court for very long, and there was a big shortage and backlog of meters. So I think with that is an issue we'll pick up. And where a consumer is buying a meter themselves, first it must be approved by KEBS in terms of Kenya standard. We approve it as the regulator, but we need to have a conversation in terms of payments. If you're paying for the meter yourself as an installer and electrical worker, this is something that I think maybe Dr. Okech we can pick up, so that then we can have an engagement with the licensee Kenya Power to ensure that consumers are not unduly exploited. I think the other question has been with respect to the outage in Kaiti constituency. I think the one of Mountain View, last week, yes, I did have a conversation with Kenya Power. You remember, for all of us who live in Nairobi, there was a lot of very strong winds the week before last, and there were a lot of trees that brought down a lot of poles. I know a week is a long time in terms of reaction time, but I know Kenya Power last week had a big challenge in terms of restoration. In the area of Salama, I think we can be able to pick that up with Dr. Okech and the team, so that then we can be able to ensure that that matter is resolved. I think, John, you need to speak to this. I think there is a myth with us as Kenyans. When we say hii token inaisha haraka inakimbia, we need to have a conversation, because we are the ones as the regulator who approve the tariff. And the question that Kenyans are asking themselves is there a difference in billing, either you're on prepaid or you're on postpaid? Is there a difference? Is there a charge? Are the charges different for postpay as compared to prepay? The answer to that is no. we need to have a conversation to explain to you the billing structure, because when you buy tokens and you're moving from one band to the other, when you move from Lifeline and you move to domestic 2, then you then get charged a bit more as compared to when you're on Lifeline. But at the end of the day, hakuna tofauti ya mwenye analipa prepay na mwenye analipa postpay. The tariff is one and the same. And I think, John, maybe you can expand on this a bit more. In terms of Bwana, you've asked questions around the process of gazettement. We are here today in a public participation process. The Gazette, Kenya Gazette, is a public notice document. When you publish something in the Gazette, it is published, for instance, when you want to do a deed poll to change your name, you will publish it in the Gazette. You'll publish it as an intention. If you lose your title, you will publish it in the Gazette as a public notice for purposes of getting a replacement of a title deed. When we are in a regulation making process, we put the notice in the Gazette. This is for public information. So the Gazette notice that we put out there in the Kenya Gazette, whether it was published once, it was published twice, for purposes of public participation. And as we've said clearly, this is a draft regulation. We shall then be going through a process of public participation, stakeholder engagement, which we are doing today. We'll be able to finalize the regulation so that then we can be able to have the Gazette notice, which will be now a legal notice. So that then that legal notice then will have the force of law. That is quite clear. In terms of transparency, I think that is really one of our tenets as the regulator. When you speak to transparency of the regulator, that, as you've said, we are always transparent. I think here is a conversation of how do we then further unbundle the sector? How do we have power markets so that then we have more transparency when it comes to enhancing competition in distribution, have competition in retail, and enable the principle of open access. I think the other issue of consumers, and I know you're a consumer lobby group, I'm also a consumer. So when we speak to the grid code, and I know where you're going with that, as to consumers being represented in a committee, or the committee which is provided for in the grid code, it could be ESAC, it could be COFEC, it could be any other association, it could be Kipto when he retires, because I'm also a consumer. So it may not necessarily be ESAC, because I think that's the direction that you're going. But it's a conversation we can have in terms of consumer representation. In terms of open access, as you've said correctly, the 30% of those who have been not connected are in the rural areas, they're in the off-grid areas, but also when you talk to the 70% of the 9 million that are currently connected, we'll have what are called eligible customers. So there'll be those customers who are able then to tap directly into generation, use the existing transmission and distribution system to be able to either service themselves as customers or service their own customers. And with that then, you will then have a mix of retailers at a retail level. You'll have a mix of distributors. You'll have an opportunity to have more generators generating power in our country and being able then to supply these eligible customers. So we see this regulation really to be, I think, the final step towards having a very liberalized electricity sector. It's very important, I think, we pay attention to these regulations and ask ourselves, where are we going to play in this value chain? Are we going to be a distributor? Are we going to be an eligible customer for those who are in industry? Are we going to be generators who are now will be looking to sell directly to consumers, other than what we currently have in the single buyer model, where all IPPs are selling power to the utility KPLC? But this also presents an opportunity for more generators to come into that space. So I think as we go through these regulations, we need to look at where do we play in this space. As a consumer, you have more optionality when it comes to who is supplying you with power at retail level. When it comes to opportunities for investment in transmission, you have an opportunity to come and introduce and build transmission lines on a private-public partnership basis to increase our grid, our length of our grid in the country and be able to compensate it through this wheeling tariff. There's an opportunity for you to play as a generator to be able then to generate power and supply these contestable customers. So this regulation is really, really progressive. I know sometimes we'll be clouded by the challenges that we face today in our current single buyer model, the challenges with respect to outages, connections, meters, but really this regulation will allow us to surmount that challenge by being able then, as Wanandereba you say, to be more transparent in the sector, to be able to further unbundle this value chain. In terms of the question that has been asked by Bunge la Mwananchi when it comes to the policy plans, and as Dr. Okecha said, KETRACO, I've not heard of any intention to list KETRACO or GDC. What is publicly available information is information with respect to, I think, a list of parastatals that was published by the Privatization Commission for purposes of privatization. So I don't really know as of now whether there is a plan, but that's a question for the shareholder, who's the government, and particularly the National Treasury. But from where we sit as a regulator, our role is limited is to when there is a change of control of an entity within the energy sector, they will need to come to us as the regulator for us to approve the change of control. But in terms of the policy, whether there's a policy to either privatize or to list GDC or Ketraco, we don't have that information at this point in time. So Dr. Okech, I think John, if there's anything else you'd want to add, particularly on that issue of billing. I think that is an emotive issue that needs clarification.
Thank you so much, DG. Can you give him a clap? And can you clap for the people who have asked the questions also? I think they are very good questions, although some of them could have been off topic. This DG have covered most of them. I just allow Dr. Mutua to talk about the tokens and the speed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. Thank you very much, Dr. Okech. I think I can confirm that, before even a meter is issued, all meters are type approved. And they're also calibrated by KEBS, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, so that they are of the highest standard. And we work with KEBS. Actually, I was also expecting Engineer Okech also to mention something, because he also sits in the Engineers Board of Kenya that ensures that everything that we bring on board to supply power is above board in terms of technology. But just to confirm that there is nothing illegal with prepaid payments. And if you go back in the tariff control, I think that was the third tariff control period, 2013 to 2016 tariff control period, is when basically we allowed, it is allowed in law, and within the tariff guidelines that we publish, and also the schedule of tariffs, we ensure that the prepaid billing and also postpaid billing are allowed in law, in line with the Energy Act. So there should not be overspeeding, because if you are a domestic customer, for example, consuming 0 to 30 units, for example, you are under the lifeline tariff, what we call domestic lifeline, and the tariff you pay is the same tariff that the person who is postpaid, really they will be paying. But in case, I think with the person who asked that question, I think if there is an issue, you can also bring your bill with me, or even your meter number or account number. I can personally, and I take it upon myself to follow up with KPLC so that we can resolve that issue, so that it is also replicated to all the other customers. But essentially there should not be any difference between our postpaid, because this is electricity, and electricity is metered with a meter that is calibrated and approved actually. But I think engineer can also comment on it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mutua. Dr. Mutua decided his economics budget as come engineer. Likewise to my DG, and I think I've allowed them to be engineers for today. I think those questions have been ably addressed. I don't need to repeat myself on them. And I think allow me, because of, can we finish with this so that when you go for tea, then we come back and start with if you allow me. How many people, by a show of hands, democracy means, that I'm saying, I want us to continue the question period for this one, then when you go for a health break, then we come back and start with the rare. If not, we go, then we come back. So how many people agree that we continue, finish with the question, then we go? So we continue. I think the eyes have it. Okay, thank you. So let's come here. Questions? Okay.
I wanted to make correction from my legal team that this Gazette, the Gazette notice says that the Cabinet Secretary for Energy makes the following regulations. It should read proposes.
I think that one we noticed, and that's why we did the other one. If you read the other one, it will show you. I think we noticed that when we made the Gazette notice.
Yeah. So then we should have another Gazette notice to cancel this one legally.
Please, we'll do that. Thank you. Can we go to the question here, Engineer Margaret, then you go there? Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Okech. Thank you very much, DG, for the presentation that we had. I mentioned my name earlier, Engineer Mangerere. I'm using this title. I'm not the president of CARE. I'm president of EPRA, the Association of Energy Professionals of East Africa. So I'm very keen to push forward issues to do with EPRA. I recognize that you have a proposal here to have several players in the sector, which includes licensees for generation, transmission, distribution, retail, and system operator.
Yes.
And I recognize that this actually presents opportunities for the professionals in the energy sector. Now, at the same time, I recognize when you look at the draft bill, first of all, in the first page, I allude to I refer to what Engineer Ndereva has said about the Cabinet Secretary for Energy makes the following regulations. But I also look at section 1 on the same page, subsection 2, which says that these regulations shall come into force upon gazettement by the Cabinet Secretary.
True.
So basically they have not been
gazetted, yeah.
Gazetted, they have not been approved. So that basically says that this is a draft. Having said that, I look at section 5, subsection 1, where it says that the electricity market structure and design shall be informed by the first electricity market review undertaken by the authority in consultation with the Cabinet Secretary within the first 3 years in accordance with the Act. So I was wondering, it may take, we are saying it's going to take up to 3 years to design the structure for the electricity market. But I'm sure investors here are excited to move into action almost immediately. So does it mean that the investors will have to wait until maybe 1-2 years for you to come up with a structure for the market? Then there is a question to do with the subsection 7, which says there shall be a capacity market for existing power purchase agreements, but all new generation shall be in the energy market after the transition period. I wanted to get a clarification from you on what you mean by this transition period. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That's very good. I think let's go to okay. Yeah, then you get the microphone now that you are next to him. Then we move with that. Then yeah, those four.
Thank you very much. As I said, my name is Caleb Ngala from Madari. Actually, I'm the youth leader Madari sub-county, and also I'm from Light of Hope Away from Home, which is a community-based organization advocating for issues of human rights. Now, I have an issue at part 2 of electricity market, where you have stated very clearly in, I believe it's section, the authority will involve the consumers in the tariffs. But truth be told, majority of people who are using electricity today, they don't know, they don't understand the tariff that they are using in terms of those tokens and the top-ups that they are doing. So is there any community conversation or sensitization that should be done through EPRA to make the consumers understand the tariff that they are using going forward, so that we can avoid this issue to make a 20 bob na within 10 minutes ama few minutes imepotea. From that point of view, it will now depend on how you want to consume your electricity and how much you should top up, so that we can come out from this blackout that we are talking about. Actually has been addressed with my fellow participant. Then another issue is when you go to part 3 bulk supply, 21B, specify whether it's for own consumption or resell. I've picked this point because if you go to the informal settlement areas, there is a conflict between the supplier who are Kenya Power and the community in terms of vandalism of the electricity items and illegal connection of electricity. And truth be told, it has been a problem for a very long time. Can the EPRA and the Kenya Power come in a consultation with the community members, if those suppliers who are now we recognize them as cartels can be recognized and be given certification to do resell to the community members. Because today, as I said earlier, we don't want to continue talking about cartels, and they are here to stay. Actually, even the government and the president recognize that there are cartels in each and every sector. Now, how can we accommodate these cartels to bring benefit in terms of income generating activities? Because even the Kenya Power must be accountable for the resources they are using in terms of supplying the electricity in our informal settlement areas. Now, this is my question. Can we bring them on board and at least have a proper channel if they can buy in bulk and resell them to the community members in the informal settlement in terms of the household? This one will help us to avoid.
Yeah, thank you. Your question is clear.
Asante, last but not least, now I don't want to go through the entire document because I've realized there are some gaps which will force me to go back and write a memorandum to share with the EPRA.
Thank you, that's good.
Kenya Power, through the first presenter who did presentation, asked if this market there is a madman. And actually he said there is no madman in this regulation. But I can confirm to you there is a madman, a mad person who need a treatment as soon as possible, which is Kenya Power and Lighting Company.
Thank you. Okay, no, it's him, then the other gentleman there, back, two of them at the back. Yes.
Good morning.
Tell us your name, where you...
Jimmy Monodhi.
Organization?
Electro-Watts.
Okay.
We're in the smart meter space. My questions are very quick. Number one, it's all about retailing, the retailing of electricity. I have been to EPRA and I find that the forms to do retailing are very cumbersome and they are difficult. You need to put up a gazette notice in popular circulation. I would just ask that you make it easier for people to do and to go into the retail market. Number two, if then we are promoting retailers, should we not be having the main players like KPLC get out of this space so that more retailers and more Kenyans can come in and be able to trade there? Yes, and then for the retailers, how will you be able to identify how many retail outlets a person can have? Is it going to be a scramble for the market, or is it going to be somehow have some order so that you move from one trader to another trader, check their graphical composition? And I think those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That gentleman, the two gentlemen at the back. Your name and the organization, please.
Chami. My name's Chami. Investor in energy.
Investor, okay.
Let me call Director General, our chairman today, of this meeting. I welcome your invitation. This is what we call integrity. My question is it unlawful for MDs of Power and Lighting, Kenigen, Ketraco, and the others not to attend this important meeting of regulators? Is it unlawful? That's my question.
Okay, thank you.
No, I'm still proceeding on. Two, we had an instance in Embakasi that was gas. And already I'm in danger in my shamba. Somebody built a depot of gas, and the gas is near my house. I'm in danger. So, Director General, please, 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 come to my rescue.
Thank you.
That's
DJ amesikia.
No, I have got questions.
Okay.
Mr. Okech, you are Engineer Okech or Mr. Okech?
Both.
No,
yeah.
engineer, you listen.
Sawa, it's
You know,
okay.
inatakiwa muangalie maisha ya sisi kuliko kusema kwenda haraka haraka, alafu tukitoka hapa tuende tukufe, ndio muje mseme nataka kupima hapa.
Nimekubali mzee, tena tabu.
Haya, sasa that question of gas. Hiyo nafikiri Director General hatujajuana, unijui, lakini utajua kwamba Chami amekueleza something ya maana. Alafu when you talk about power and lighting, we have got a lot of changes in that organization. We have got new MDs, whatever and whatever. And even I think there were people here who are from Kenigen. They are sitting here now. They could also explain about hii mambo ya Mombasa, hii mambo ya East Wind and whatever. They can come up and explain. Okay, you explain to us, but later on, let us have those people. You know, when they call their meetings, they call them virtual. And your meeting is physical. Now, regulators, who is greater than the other one? Regulators or the power lighting and Kenigen? They don't want us to attend those meetings. They call them physical, they need virtual. And that is bad, eh? Okay, thank you. There's more. I'll talk to the Director General.
Okay, thank you so much. That's the last one there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Emmanuel Masaba. I'm an investor in energy from Busia County. My question is this. These days, people are deciding to start their own power generation, small, like solars, most companies, because of inefficiency of Kenya Power and Lighting. Are they also under you? Are they under your control as EPRA?
Mm-hmm.
Another observation, we people from Busia town, Bumala, Funyula, Sega, we don't get regular supply of electricity. Can KPLC act? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think allow me to take this side, then now we answer them, then you go for break. May I recognize senior my mentor, Engineer Riungu, please. I've seen your hand up. Also one of my mentors is there, Engineer Omar Kuta. Those were my mentors when I was a young engineer. I've seen Makaka there, then you will go in that order. Therefore, okay, let Engineer Riungu first, then Makaka, then, yeah. Then
Thank you, the chair of the session. Let me start by congratulating EPRA for taking this step of trying to do what has been trying for many years without success, but at least making a first step to establishing this particular market. Now, listening to the people who have been talking, Mr. Chairman, I've learned that people have got a complaint against the major distributor of power in this country. And you, EPRA, you say you're independent and you're transparent. By the time these questions come to you here in this session, it means that people have written about them, they have talked about them, and you have taken no action. This is an indictment to you guys. I think it's necessary for you to take some necessary steps to make sure that customers are satisfied by their supply. It's your main duty as a regulator. And therefore, don't stop from them complaining, because this is the only opportunity they have got to vent their complaints. Give them a chance if they have. Mr. Chairman, talking about transparency about EPRA, what can you say about what was written by the controller, by the Auditor General, about overcharging bills? I think we need an explanation from you today, because you have got a session, because what was said in that particular write-up by the Auditor General was not very pleasing to most of the consumers. Now, you said about an independent system operator. It's a good idea, and it should be exactly that. How independent is this operator going to be? How independent? If he's going to reporting to a ministry, then there's no independency. Will you make him an office that is completely independent to operate the business without any interference from anyone? so that we can be able to be confident, those who are investing and those who want to be retailers and those sellers, that they are going to get justice. Because otherwise, if they are going to be controlled, then we shall be calling independent operator by mouth. Now, you say the other objective you have in this particular exercise is to improve the quality of supply of services. That is a good idea. But sitting here, I say, the transmission system, the distribution system is going to be controlled by KPOC and KETRACO. Already people are complaining about services. These guys are going to be the main players in this particular area, because if I'm a retailer or generator, I must sell through them. What steps are you going to take to make sure that there's improvement in the operations of these organizations, to ensure that this improvement of service will be realized when the market is established? Because if there's no service improvement now with the distribution system and transmission system, I don't think bringing a market system is going to improve that situation at all, because this will be controlled by a few people. Now, you all know that for this to operate, and I think EPRA should know this, you require to have a smart grade system, so that you know who is selling to who. If I make a bid, I know exactly who is going to give me and where he is, and he can be able to take my message. The way the system is now, you try it, it will be total chaos. Can you tell us the timelines that you are proposing to have to make sure that our grade is smart? Not only our grade, but even the neighboring countries which are part of the East African power pool. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senior. Let's go to Engineer Makaka.
Thank you very much, Engineer. I'm asking, I have the mic here.
Okay, but give Makaka the mic, then after you, Makaka, then.
My name is Kusawa Edward. I listened very keenly to the pricing analysis that was submitted by this document.
Your name and where you come from?
My name is Edward Kusawa. I'm from Nairobi.
Okay.
I listened to the pricing analysis that was submitted by the fellow who submitted that pricing analysis. And first of all, I did not understand what he was presenting, because either his font was too small or he feared explaining that pricing mechanism to the general public so that the general public could be able to analyze. Personally, I feel that EPRA, and respect to the Director General and to all the EPRA, including yourself, who you call yourself an engineer, I feel EPRA is a toothless dog. Personally, I have worked with an oil company, Kenol Kobil, for some season, and I feel that the pricing mechanism has never been influenced by EPRA's economic division, but has always been influenced by strong oil marketers who flex their muscles, control the oil market, control the prices. Today, Kenyans are suffering with the pricing mechanism because EPRA does not have muscle. It is a controlled institution. It is not independent as they claim to be. And until we are able to control the oil marketers, people like Shell, Vivo, and others who are in the field, these people seated here will continue. This pricing analysis will be hastily put on PowerPoint presentation so that they will never understand the pricing mechanism that is set out. I therefore urge the Director General of EPRA not to be at the whims of oil marketers, to come up with a pricing mechanism that is in a document that will reflect the aspirations and the inspirations of the people in this country. I'm telling you, business environment will continue to stall. The macroeconomic environment will continue to go down because of energy. Today, we have investors running to more suitable countries like Egypt, where the pricing mechanism that is being put in this document is more friendly for business. I'm an economist as well as the other doctor. And I'm going to tell you, so long as we have a pricing mechanism that does not reflect the wishes of this country, Samoei Ruto can say all he wants, but nothing is going to happen in this country. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Makaka.
Thank you, Engineer Okech, for giving me an opportunity to speak to these eminent Kenyans listening to EPRA present their facts. And I think I must start by saying that we are looking at a future that is promising. This is a good step, and I think we've been looking forward to having it regularized so that we can move in that direction. But I think from manufacturing point of view, we need something even more so that we can open up this space and open up with an open mind so that access doesn't become a hindrance. Having said that, I just want to bring my questions focused on 3 areas. One is that we know how the energy market in Kenya has been operating, and EPRA has been very generous, allowing Kenya Power to transfer or to claim 18%, you said, 18.5, from a loss of 23% to consumers. We really want to see that 18% or 23% disaggregated, so that when we opening access, the entity that will be doing retail, we don't expect losses at that level, and especially the commercial losses, to remain at very high levels, because then Kenya Power will only be managing, or the TSO and the other distribution and transmission system operators will be dealing with lower losses. And so for EPRA, we need to know what benchmarks shall we be using to determine what are the allowable losses, both through the distribution and transmission system, so that then we are looking at the commercial losses being a transferable component now from another entity called the retail. Then on the financial compliance, Bwana DG, I think we are in a better dispensation. Better means bottom-up and economic transformation agenda. And people will own communities. People will own communities. People will buy power for industrialization, but then they'll transform a village or they transform a town. What will happen when community-based enterprises come up and want to own a distribution network in their area? How shall we handle them so that they can now come in as distributors? Because they'll be tapping power from a bulk or an industrial enterprise. How do we handle communities around businesses so that they can also come in as either distributors or as retailers or as community service CSR? We can give power for CSR, just to keep the community alive and make them happy, because it's a social license. What happens to communities that are remote and then industries are established and we want to serve them as a CSR to have our social license guaranteed? Number 2 is you said that you'll be limiting the licensees. And I'm just wondering, because it's an open market, what really happens then when you have 10 or n number of applications that come to you for the same focus group? Let's say I want to take a town like Peketoni, and you have 10 applications from Peketoni. We need to be clear on how the criteria of qualification of these people will take place, and whether it will be competitive or what will you base on, so that it's clear to the investors that when I'm going into this market, yes, I must go in under a competitive environment, so that we are either competing on price or service level. Then coming now to the critical area of service level, because every system, every chain operates as strong as the weakest link. And our weakest link is power delivery to the consumer. Where is it? Will it be the distribution system? Will it be the transmission system? And whatever link we consider to be the weakest, we need to have the stick. How do we punish them? In developed systems, we have a service level agreement that binds all parties in the system on how much they will deliver to their consumer at any one time. And we want to see that captured in the regulations, so that I, as a consumer, I know for sure, once I say party X will give me power, then I know for 99% of the time I'll have power up. And if there is a party that then causes a default of that 99%, I need to know who pays me for that loss of power, because that must be guaranteed in the regulations. Otherwise, then we shall just be moving musical chairs with no real effect on the service level that we expect from us industry. Thank you very much, Engineer.
Okay, thank you. Last one here, then I think the rest maybe we wait. Last one here, I think his hand was up, this gentleman here. Then we take this one, then we have a health break. We'll come back and maybe summarize this. Then we go to the next one.
Thank you, Engineer.
I've noted the hand, just we'll do it after the, I've noted those hands.
Thank you also for coming back to me. I thought you you were skipping away. Anyway, it's okay. Now, let me speak from an investor's angle.
Your name?
My name is Bob Wabwire. I represent the National Alliance of Young Entrepreneurs. And now, Engineer Makaka has touched a little bit of my first question on the license application, and maybe whether you are going to involve consumers, or rather the people who are going, the investors, on what are the procedures you are going to put in place for the license applications for those people who are going to be in this business. Now, number two, I'll speak on price volatility. Now, how do you, as a retailer, or rather as a wholesaler, charge prices where we have issues of, for example, weather pattern? Now, what is the pricing mechanism? Because you can agree with someone that now you are going to supply to me power for 1 week, then the entire 1 week it is blackout, or there are other geopolitical risks. So how do you handle such issues? Is there going to be a mechanism for compensation, or what happens? Then the last one, Bwana Engineer, we are having a scenario whereby EPRA is working closely with the KPLC on matters tariffs, just to ensure transparency. Now, for me, I'm looking at KPLC as a competitor. Now, how this is a fellow competitor, yet he's still a referee who is helping the main referee to draft regulations. So how are we going to compete? Because he's the referee, again, he's a player, because he's going to supply to consumers. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I think maybe, some questions have been directed to our Director General directly. I think the DG, following the good example you gave us last time, I'll allow you to start. And maybe just handle the ones which have been directed to you directly, then leave to us the rest, we deal with them.
Yeah, there's one on gas. I want to get them first. I think I'll start with the first question in terms of the 3 years. I think there was a comment around why do the regulations provide for up to 3 years? Can't we operationalize it quicker or earlier? As I said in my remarks, we are going to be working in consultation with the CS, and so that then, Chair, we are able to ensure that we're able to fast track. I think just one assurance I'd want to give you is when you speak to the regulation and when you talk to one of the issues around the study, particularly the power market study, we did not wait for publishing of these draft regulations for us to conduct the power market study. The power market study was conducted between 2020 to 2022. We are going through a validation process, and this is one of the biggest components with respect to operationalizing the market. The study is done. This is what has informed what we'll be discussing in the next session when we talk to the regulatory impact assessment. That has already been done. So the 3 years is the upper limit. We are hoping that we'll be able to do this once we are done with the regulations, they are published, and we can be able to ensure that we fast track and we don't take the entire 3 years to operationalize the market. But as has been said, there's a lot of technical issues that need to be discussed so that then we ensure that this works. In terms of Bwana Ngalu, you've asked a question which also Sylvester Makaka has asked around how do we involve consumers when it comes to the retail supply. You know, I know in the informal settlements, you know, we have this a problem. You know, as the regulator, it's our job also to enforce. But also as part of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda is to try and bring those who are outside the regulatory fold into the regulatory fold. The utility, our licensee, Kenya Power, I know has already gone down that path, and we are hoping that they'll be able then, you'll be able also now on the principle of open access to be able then to regularize a lot of these providers. I know Kenya Power had gone out to the market and put out an EOI for retail of supply of power in certain informal settlements. This is on EOI, so they came an expression of interest. So they had come to the market to have a feel. I think one was in Mukuru, the other in Madare, to try and see how can we bring those who are outside the regulatory fold today, doing what you are calling Sambaza, how can they then be metered in bulk by the utility as a distributor, and then they be able then to retail that power. When this regulation is in place, then you will need then you'll now be able as the retailers to come and directly either buy power in bulk from the utility Kenya Power, or be able then go to the next step, which is to be able then to buy power directly from generators and wheel the power, as Newton had shown you in the presentation. So today, Kenya Power itself is looking at how do they work with the CBOs or the people in the informal settlements and those areas where they believe that they can sell to them in bulk, and they can be able to do the retail. When this regulation is in place, you'll be able now not only to be able to buy from the single buyer that currently exists today, but also be able now to buy directly from generation, pay a wheeling tariff, and be able then to retail for the power in those informal settlements where already this is happening, but not within the regulated framework. In terms of your other comment, in terms of the question that has been asked, and I think I'll deal with this because there's a question that was asked, I think, I think Chami asked a question in terms of who is bigger, is it the utility or is it the regulator? And I think that is the same question that you had asked in terms of Bonangalu, in terms of that there's a madman in the market. The reality is these regulations are looking to open up the market for competition. The single buyer today we have, which is the largest distributor, KPLC, is also looking on how it can be agile. For instance, the example I've just given, going out to do an EOI to say, can we get people to help us to retail so that we can focus more on distribution, is really a testament. Once these regulations are in place, you will then see more optionality for consumers. I keep giving an example of the old Kenya Post and Telecommunications Corporation, KPTC, that had Posta, that had the telecom side of things. And today we have on the telecommunication side a lot of optionality for consumers. You can be on Safaricom, you can be on Airtel, you can be on Equitel, you can be on Jamii. So that is the optionality that we see the power markets going to offer to consumers. More optionality, but also more opportunity for private sector to play. I know Sylvester, you've raised a comment which is very important around how do we then have, when you have an area where it's contestable, how do we then make that determination? I think it's an issue that we need to discuss. When we spoke to the mini-grid regulations, there was a process where you had a first right of refusal, for instance, for REREC, which is a state-owned entity, to then pick a particular site. Are we going to look at it geographically as people come and apply to be retailers in certain areas? But the point that we want to, the principle that we want to adhere to as the regulator is to give consumers the most optionality, but at the same time being able to ensure that you have an investable business as private sector to come in and retail power in a certain area. But I think that's a comment that is well taken. In terms of the question that has been asked, what role does Kenya Power play? What role does EPRA play? Kenya Power is our distribution licensee, and we are the regulator. The question that Engineer Ringu, you've asked in terms of does EPRA then take the necessary action to ensure that Kenyans get the quality of service that they require? Do we ensure that actually we keep Kenya Power on the straight and narrow? Because they are a single distributor, we do have penalties and sanctions within the law. We could suspend their license, we could revoke their license, but because you don't have any other optionality, because they are a single buyer for today, These regulations will allow for a second, third, fourth distributor to come in on the principle of open access. So what we are doing today is to be able to ensure that where a consumer has an issue, we have a complaints and dispute resolution framework. Today, we have been actively engaging where you have a challenge with the utility, particularly with respect, most of the issues are with respect to billing. We are able then to look into the matter, call Kenya Power for a hearing, call you as a consumer for a hearing, make a determination, and that determination may involve financial compensation to you. I will tell you today, maybe it's an issue of communication and public awareness. We have made numerous rulings in favor of consumers against Kenya Power, where Kenya Power have been asked to refund or to pay consumers. So when you have a challenge, there's a dispute resolution framework. You can be able to come to us. We will call the utility for a hearing, and we'll be able to make a determination, not only with respect to billing, but also with respect to way leaves. There was a Court of Appeal decision that brought the issue of way leaves and compensation for way leaves within our mandate. So today we are also looking at matters with respect to way leaves. So we do have the tools in terms of servicing the customers, but we also admit that we do have some constraints when it comes to resources, both human resources and financial resources in undertaking our mandate, but this is an issue in work in progress that we're actually developing. So I want to urge you, those who are representing civil society, consumers themselves, if you have a dispute with the utility, kuja kwetu, we'll be able to call Kenya Power for a hearing. We'll then make an independent decision with respect to that particular issue, which is in line with our law. Engineer Ringo, I know you've asked a question around the report of the Auditor General and what's our view on overcharging. As I said, when it comes to tariffs, and we did issue a statement in response to that report out of the Auditor General's office and what also was reported in the media the week before last. We issued a public statement, and I want to say it again that the regulator has not allowed Kenya Power to overcharge or overbill consumers with respect to the tariff. There are instances when you speak to the issues of overbilling between the utility Kenya Power and the consumer, and those are the ones I say we deal with on a case-by-case basis. But with respect to that report, when you talk to the tariff, that the tariff calculation was not correct. I know Engineer Ndereba has attempted to be a financial expert and made some calculations which are very incorrect. We are very transparent. We apply the formula, we apply the law. There are certain variables in what we call the pass-throughs, which are prudently incurred costs, which we have passed on to consumers. We don't allow Kenya Power to incur costs which are not prudent and which are passed on to the consumers. So we've said that we have had an opportunity and we'll continue to engage with the Office of the Auditor General, because an auditor, and I think Engineer Jung, you know this, an auditor says, this is my qualified opinion. So a report from an auditor may not necessarily be the fact. So this is an opinion of the auditor of government. We as the sector-specific regulator have given our position, have given our view, and as we say, we always strive to be transparent, and we're able then to demonstrate. We shall continue to actively engage them, actively engage the public, hopefully call Engineer Ndereba also, then we can do the numbers with him, so that then they have an appreciation of the reality. So I don't want to focus a lot on who's correct and who is not, because the Auditor General is doing their job and saying we don't understand, and I think it's more of an issue of understanding around that particular issue. So we may not be speaking at cross purposes, but it's an issue of understanding. But the assurance that I want to give is that we as a regulator ensure that only just and reasonable costs are recovered from the consumers, and we don't allow for, as it were, what we're calling overbilling. But this is with respect to the tariff. But when you speak to the customer and the utility, there are instances where consumer bills are overstated. You have challenges with respect to reading of meters when it comes to prepaid. There's sometimes reconciliation issues. Those issues come to us as a regulator. We have a Directorate of Public Education, Advocacy and Consumer Protection. If a licensee, if a consumer comes to us and says, I think my bill is not correct, we are obligated to call the utility, Kenya Power. We sit with them, we chair the hearing, and we make a determination. And Kenya Power adheres to that particular determination from us. I think the other issue that has been raised that I've not spoken to in terms of, I think I've already spoken to this. I think there's a question that came around when you were asking, how can you be a player and a referee at the same time? This is a public participation forum. It is open for everyone, the licensees themselves, to give their views, because this will impact them. whether it is KETRACO, it is KPLC, it is an IPP. They all have an opportunity to come and give us their views. They may do that on the floor, as you have done here today. They can do that in writing by memorandum. They can choose to be at the meeting. They can choose not to be at the meeting. But for us is to follow the law in terms of the regulation-making process, allow you to give us your views. We can be able to engage in more specifics with respect to the sector, so then we can make the right decision. I think there's one issue that we've not addressed, and maybe Engineer John, we can pick it up. The issue of the system operator and the independent system operator. And this is with respect not only to operating the system, but also the market operator. How do we ensure that there's predictability in the decisions that will be taken by the market operator that will allow for investment to come into the sector, but ensure there is no undue interference that will have a challenge on the commercial side. In terms of the structure of reporting, you asked a question as to whether the system operator will operate or will be answerable to the ministry, or will be answerable to us as the regulator. When you talk to a market operator, and I think we need to separate the issue of interdependability, because the policy will come from the administration of the day. We as the regulator will enforce the policy of the administration of the day and the law as passed by Parliament. So when the question comes as to where will this market operator sit, I think it's a conversation that we need to have jointly, but ensure that there is that interdependence from policy to the regulator, and ensuring that there's a seamless working operation between the policymaker, the regulator, the system operator, and the market operator. I think that this is a debate we had in the drafting of the Energy Act 2019. And the question was, do you have it as an independent system operator, or do you have it as a system operator? And that is what has allowed us to designate today KETRACO as the system operator. As the market evolves, we'll then have to take a view as a country as to, do we then hive that off away from KETRACO to then have it as an independent system operator, and as a system operator again become the market operator? And I think that's a conversation that we need to have. I know it's been covered in the power market study, but I think it's a conversation we can continue to have, Engineer. So I think with that, I'll stop there and allow my colleagues also to comment.
Another clap for the DG. Thank you so much, DG, for reacting to most of them, but I think there are a few which I'll react to, then I'll allow Dr. Mutua to come and finish, then we break for health break. Then we'll come back. If need be, we continue with the questions for this session. The first one is about the grid code. I think I've been reminded we didn't react and say which grid code is in force. And remember that the engineer Lingu is one of the people who are the drafters of that grid code, the one we are talking about. And grid code is a living document. Remember, like our system changes with time. When the grid code of 2012 came into force, we didn't have the high voltage HVDC line connecting us with Ethiopia. We didn't have the solar power plants. So if we check at the grid code which was gazetted, there is a revision component in it, and there's a grid code review committee. So the applicable grid codes now, if you go to our website, there are in two versions, the one for 2020, which is the distribution grid code, and then the one for 2021, which is the transmission grid code. So go to our website and you'll find those ones. The codes are reviewed periodically to make sure that they incorporate the changes in the system, because the system is ever changing, so we cannot make a grid code be static. It will not help us. So when we go to the EPRA website and also the website for KETRACO, the website for most of our utilities, the applicable grid codes are there. They are in two volumes, one for distribution and then one for the transmission. And we have made changes because of the developments of our grid. I'll talk also about the reliability, because Engineer Lingu talked about it, and it's true. All this we are doing to then consume, and the person who's consuming power, if that power is not there most of the time, if the power is not reliable, then they'll still feel not satisfied. We are doing a regulation which will come, also will present to you for comments, called Energy, Electricity, Reliability, Quality of Service, and Quality of Supply Regulations. Those regulations are very key. You know, these regulations complement each other. We are aware as EPRA that the quality of our supply in this country is not good enough for our consumers. It's not good enough to drive our economy. So we'll also call upon you We are almost at the far end of it because, you know, the requirements is that we come with draft regulations as industry experts, then also involve a lot of stakeholders, we involve our consultants, do the regulatory impact assessment, then we present them to you. So those ones will come to you because we are aware we need to move with the reliability, we need to move with quality of supply. From where we are now, if you want to drive this economy and drive, maybe make our consumers more happy, who are you and myself, then something must improve. Dr. Mkwa, as you come up to just clean up what we talked about, I think the youth leader from Adaria talked about cartels. Please, because you are a leader, transform them from being cartels to be an organized society where they can now have a face. No cartel don't have a face, isn't it? So that when these regulations come into force, they can come also be applied to be operators. But don't call them cartels. No, they are Kenyans. We don't want that word cartel. So we want to also, you help us dismantle the word cartel. Dr. Mutua.
So thank you so much, Engineer Okech. I think the DG answered most of the issues that I could have come in and answer, but maybe just to stress on the issue of the independent system operator. We have already developed dispatch guidelines that will be very, very clear. It will not matter who is managing the system. At the moment, it is done by the national control at KPLC. But once that goes into a system operator, they will be guided by rules that are well outlined. It's just like in an exam, whereby you have to follow the law, the laid down guidelines to deliver what you are supposed to be doing. So I think with those dispatch guidelines and also regulations, in addition to what we will be putting in, what we are putting in these power market regulations, I'm very sure the person who will be the dispatcher at the end of the day will be independent and will be guided by clearly laid down guidelines. On the issue of the cartel, and I think I want to commend DG for what you said and what Kenya Power is doing at the moment. There are many other good things the company could be doing, sometimes we ignore. By having that super service company that they are establishing, because of, you have seen they are looking at mainly informal sectors or maybe where they have been having challenges to collect bills and all that. And I think going forward, the matter of retailing of electricity, it will not matter where the consumer is. They will be able to be supplied by anyone. In Europe, you can have as many as even 4 suppliers within the year. You can change. Anytime you want to change a supplier, you can just go into the market and change who your supplier is. In countries like Denmark, they do that, and especially even Nordic countries and other countries. Maybe the smart grid, maybe from Engineer Rungo. I know our grid is not smart, but I think what we have made as a regulator working with Kenya Power, for example, most commercial and industrial customers, they have all been metered on, like smart metering. And Ketraco is also building even a national control as we speak. KPLC as the national control that we have at the moment, and we are going to have regional control centers in Suswa, in western part of the country, at the coast. And what happens is that you'll be able to see the grid. At the moment, if you are able to go to the national control, you can only see maybe the generators and the big consumers of power, up to 132 or sometimes 66 kV. But the lower cadre of consumers, you can only see them at the distribution level. But I think because we have given KPLC money, for example, in this tariff control period that is already in force, we have given them money to improve the system. And there are so many other partners that are coming to support them to build a smart grid as we go forward. And I think for me, I'm very optimistic that we'll be able to achieve a smart grid, not so long, not many years to come, but in a period, in the medium term, even as we go into the long term, we are going to have our grid big smart. Kenya has embraced technology. You know, out of the 9.3 million customers of KPLC, almost like 80%, 85% of those customers are prepaid. And KPLC is able to, although there was that issue of billing, that the customer raised, which I explained. So you find that even prepaid billing happens because we are embracing technology. So we are open to technology, and as a regulator, technology and innovation is part of what we will be doing. I think since we have another presentation on the REI after tea, I think engineer will propose. If there are any other questions that we have not answered, we can answer them after the other presentation. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. And thank you all for your questions, and thank you all for your attentiveness. I think let's break for health break. When we come, we do the other presentation. How many minutes? 10 minutes, please, because of the interest of time. Thank you and welcome. back to the house, to the room. The next session will be taken by Dr. Mutua, and he will be taking us about the regulatory impact assessment. I'm aware there are some questions we are not answered, we have them. And also we still request that even after this, you can still make for us recent submissions, and we'll pick all your concerns and improve the regulations. Daktari, karibu.
So thank you very much, Dr. Okech. I would like to take us through the regulatory impact assessment. And this is for the regulations that have just been presented. Because some of the issues that have come have been answered, but the RIA will try to answer more questions on why we are going to be doing these regulations for the market. The next slide. The next one. So basically the sector, and this answers the question Engineer Yungu highlighted in the morning. It's good to appreciate that we have the Minister of Energy, which is a policy maker. We have EPRA, which is the regulator, and whose mandate is to undertake regulation development and also enforcement. And within the power generation, we do have KenGen, GDC, IPPs. We have importation from our neighbors, Uganda, and also Ethiopia. And then within transmission, we have KETRACO and KPLC that are doing transmission and network operations today. But we have designated KETRACO as a system operator, meaning KETRACO is the one that will be operating the network, the transmission network. And this is a matter that has been approved by Cabinet to transfer all the assets for transmission from KPLC to KETRACO, so that we have one party that is handling that. And then we have the distribution side of the market. And as it was mentioned in the morning, we do have the Energy Tribunal. In case there is a dispute between parties and they are not able to resolve them, they come to us, first of all, they talk to themselves. If they cannot agree, they come to EPRA. If EPRA is not able to solve that matter, it goes to the Energy Tribunal. And the tribunal, if a tribunal is not able to answer, it now goes to the High Court. Next slide. The mandate of EPRA is very, very clear. I think it's set out in the Energy Act. I just want to emphasize that Section 131, the authority shall, in consultation with the Cabinet Secretary, review the power market on a regular basis. And as the DG mentioned, we have already undertaken a power market study. The power market study was done between 2020 to the year 2022. And we are actually able to take it through our board process. We had stakeholder consultations. Most of them were for virtual during COVID. Maybe that's why, because there were no physical meetings, many of you may not have come across, but we have the study itself with us. We can be able to share with you. And I think I need to point out the next slide that the license for transmission system operator shall provide non-discriminatory open access to the system for use by any licensee. The next slide. Just a note on what we are discussing. It's like the questions that were coming on regulatory independence. I know many of us may not appreciate, because always issues of independence will come in, because people may not see the separation between us and Kenya Power, KenGen, because KPLC is seeing the face of the sector. But indeed, EPRA being there as a regulator, we have tried as much as we can to be independent, and we have provided within the law to undertake this mandate. Again, issues of predictability. A regulator has to be predictable. And that's why we are undertaking this stakeholder process on these regulations, so that we can be able to tell you on this particular 4th of March, we discuss these issues. This is what we have been able to improve on the regulations so that we have a vibrant power market. And then also issues of stakeholder protection. Security of supply is very important to us as a regulator, for example, because we have to develop quality service codes. Like the grid code, we have the quality of supply regulations that Engineer Okech maybe perhaps could have also spoken on them. And again, matching demand and supply is very, very important for a regulator to match demand and supply so that the country is secured into the future with reliable energy. And then also environmental protection, which is very key. The next slide. I think my colleague already presented on some of the key statistics within the energy sector, but I wanted to bring it to your attention that we are highly renewable energy country, and also as a regulator we promote renewable energy. But when you look at what is down there, we have a captive power that is installed at the moment in Kenya is about 402 megawatts. Just to jog with your minds, Rwanda as a country has about 340 megawatts of installed electricity. Yet in Kenya already captive power that is not being sold to KPLC is actually more than what Rwanda has as a country. And that 400 megawatts is not within KPLC. It is licensed by EPRA, by applicants who are already supplying various industries. And that is why this tells you that introducing a market will actually help solve the power issues that we have. Markets are not necessarily bad. They are good when it comes to matching supply and demand. Because we will find, like in future, most of the people who are putting captive power, they may find it's not a viable venture. Because if you invest in X dollars to install CapEx, and there is a market that is able to give you 3 cents or even 5 cents into the future, the cost-benefit analysis of that we'll also try to help you do the right investments. So we basically have geothermal, we have wind, we have hydro, we have solar, those are green, and bioenergy, and also the thermal power plants. And I just want to emphasize that we have mainly on green grid, let me put it, meaning that even the power that we are going to trade in our market will be in green electricity, meaning also, I think people these days are talking about green jobs, attracting green financing, for example, climate finance, because what I see is that with a vibrant market, we are going to attract a lot of capital from the green funding. For example, in the month of November last year, we only dispatched 6% of our power from thermals, and green energy contributed 94%. The customers have been increasing. That is just what I've just talked about. The next slide. Customers has been expanding since 2012. I think Kenya is a report that has come out. We are among the first 10 countries in Africa right now with the highest electrification levels. But these numbers are not just numbers. They mean a lot when it comes to the power market, because these are the people who will be supplied with the electricity. Just a note on power planning. I'm going a bit quickly so that I can go to the main issues. Even as you plan for a market, and these are the issues that have come within the power market study and also the RIA that we have developed, we have to ensure that we have a clear power planning. In Kenya, we use the least cost power development plan. So you have to ensure there is adequate capacity to meet your peak demand. Again, you have to make sure there is adequate available energy in megawatts to meet the energy requirements. The load factors of various technologies are very, very important. I think my colleague Newton mentioned about KenGen performing an ancillary service function, because at the moment we have almost close to 1,000 megawatts of intermittent renewables from wind, from solar, mainly. And what that means is that you have to ensure that when there is a dip in the supply of wind, then there is another technology that comes quickly to meet that gap. And that's where ancillary services comes in. Masinga Dam, for example, within the hydro Seven Forks, is normally used as a plant that helps to peak when the demand is high. You know, when you look at the load duration curve in Kenya, the way power is consumed, in the morning there is a bit of a small peak, then we stabilize from 8 o'clock to about 5 in the evening, demand is almost stable. Then there is a peak demand when everybody goes home, and then industries are still operating. So you find that after 6 o'clock, the solar disappears, is it? And you have to find other mechanisms of meeting the growing demand. And that's where the peaking plants come in. We also need to ensure security of supply by having a diversified mix. And of course, the government have other objectives that has to ensure that whether it is better, the better agenda, we have the big four agenda in the previous administration. There's a time we had Project 5,000, and also the Vision 2030 that was introduced by the late former President Mwai Kibaki. This particular analysis of the planning is just talking about the generation outlook, basically. And when you look at the farm capacity for the peak demand, farm capacity is what is coming from hydropower, coming from geothermal, because that is what helps the country to grow, basically. And what you find is that the farm capacity that we have is mainly now from geothermal and hydro. And we are looking at it increasing to almost 2,200 by the year 2041 in the reference scenario. I've only put the reference scenario here because again the system capacity will increase to almost 8,870, meaning that we still have a lot of capacity from intermittent renewables that only come in to provide energy but not the capacity, like in the case of geothermal plants. A bit of the number of PPAs that we have, because a power market again has to take into consideration already the plants that are there. In the country we have about 43 PPAs, and then give you the over 3,000 megawatt hours, and hydropower is about 10. Mainly, these are PPAs for KenGen and the small hydros power plants like KTDA. We have one in Western Kenya called Range and Terem, and smaller ones. Then we have the geothermal as 12 with the 950 or going to 60 megawatts. Then thermals about 600, wind power 436, solar PV 210. We have cogeneration. We used to have Mumia Sugar, was actually giving power into the system before the company got into production issues, so they cannot produce bagasse, so they stopped producing the power. So now we have only a smaller project in Naivasha, which is producing electricity using biogas. Now KenGen is the main player with almost close to 2,000 megawatts. IPPs with close to 1,000 megawatts. We have the Renewable Energy Corporation with about 50. And now we are importing about 200 megawatts from Ethiopia. In fact, if Ethiopia was not there, because we have not signed in, and this is something DG you can also comment on. If Ethiopia was not there, we'll probably be load shedding now. Because since the presidential task force that was instituted in 2021, we have not signed any new PPAs. We have not seen a lot of capacity coming in, and that is a threat when it comes to energy security. So this is important to understand as we progress into the power market. Then we have about 34 megawatts, now close also going to 40 megawatts of off-grid systems. These ones you find them in the northern part of the country, or in the highlands like Lamu, or in the Lake Victoria where the grid is not available. Next one. As you consider the power market, you have to understand the dynamics of the transmission system. And at the moment, we have a line that is running from Ethiopia to Kenya. Now it's going live to Tanzania. But the link between us and Ethiopia is already operational, 200 megawatts flowing into that system. The line has a capacity of about 2,000 megawatts, and it is a direct current. It terminates in Suswa. Most of the lines, the blue color, that is, the first one is the kilometers of lines we have for 500 kV lines. operated by Ketraco. That is about 1,282. Then Ketraco again has about 2,600 megawatts, 600 kilometers of 400 kV. And then 200 kV lines, Ketraco and KPLC, they are in that space, as well as 132. We are interconnected with Ethiopia, Uganda, and now Tanzania. The objectives of the regulations were presented by my previous, my colleague who made the presentation, so I won't dwell much on that. But I want to mention that in the proposed market now, an electricity market, as I said, is just a system that facilitates the exchange of electricity-related goods and services. And I always joke with my colleagues that I grew up in the eastern part of the country, and as a young boy, I used to accompany my mom to the market to sell cows, sheep, goats, and anything that can be sold in the market. And then one observation that I made was that whenever we are going to the market, 2 kilometers away from the market, we'll always meet people who want to buy from you before you get to the market. So those are still market participants, but they are not yet in the market. So they buy you before you get to the market. And that in the natural world, even in a market like this, the rules still apply even up to today. And that market is still there. In fact, the county government has improved it by fencing, and they provide services. You know, you bring your cow, they inject it with some medicine, so that the meat or the cow that you are getting is of high quality. You know, it is taken care of. The same is with the system operator. The same is the market that we are looking at. It is just as simple as that, because I think people complicate a lot of things when we talk about the power market. It's just a market like the market you see in the village. But then Section 131, okay, of course, the regulations are made by the CS in exercise of the powers conferred by Section 131. And I just want to mention Section 131 is about the review of the market. Section 136 is on open access. When you look at the Energy Act, Section 138 is the designation of system operator, which already we have done that. Then we have the open access, as section number 140 is about open access by distribution companies. And again, Section 163 is all contracts for sale of electricity, PPS, network service contract, licenses are to be approved by the authority. And then 167 and 208, the CS Energy may make regulations or recommendation by the authority. So I've just given a summary of what the Cabinet Secretary, once these regulations have been approved, you'll be having powers through the regulations to just accomplish that. My colleague mentioned about this market. I think he presented this small chart I've shared. I think we just wanted to mention something on the customers. When you look at the regulation, Section 30, it talks about, and that is where my colleague from Mathare, where your point is very valid. Actually, when you look at that law, Section 30 talks about engaging CBOs. So CBOs actually have been recognized within this regulation to retail electricity, meaning that KPLC can engage those Kenyans in those areas, and they can do the resale of the power for them. And then also what is important, these are voluntary market, wholesale market, large customers. Large customers, we are talking about, it can be Safaricom, it can be Bamburi, it can be yourself if you are consuming even more than 1 megawatt, is it? You can buy from the wholesale market, but also you can buy from the distribution companies. If you buy from the wholesale market, you use the open access system to deliver electricity from the generators or from the wholesale market to yourself through the system, transmission system. The other model that, which is, we have a voluntary model, meaning that those who want to participate in the market can also come in, and we can begin by having a voluntary market, so that if Kenyans consumers see that the benefit, they can participate in the market. The other option is the one for having a mandatory model, whereby, like, if you want to participate in the market, you have to go through the wholesale market. That is the other market. Most countries do use that to ensure that there are rules and have to be followed in order to ensure that there is also security of supply, because we are dealing with some people who are not very clear on what they want in the market. They can derail the market. Yeah, but we are saying we can begin with the voluntary, but the most preferred, if you ask me, and the reason, because I'm a village boy, I do believe that if the market is not respected and there are no clear rules, and if you want to buy power, if you buy it in the market that is formalized, then there will be more competition and there will be more benefits. Yeah? And then also the issues of the efficiency in the system, productivity will be more guaranteed. Again, I want to mention that the current supply structure that we have, KPLC signs PPAs with generators. We have over 3,000 megawatts of capacity that is guaranteed in the PPA. Some of them are capacity PPA, meaning that you have to take into consideration the capex, the O&M, and the energy. Others are just energy PPAs, like the ones that you find there for solar and wind. But some of the renewable energy projects, like the ones we have signed, some of them are guaranteed, meaning that they are given priority of dispatch. They may not have a capacity, but the fact that they are guaranteed in terms of uptake, they look like they are also supplying a capacity level. Just to mention that, as I mentioned, the reason why mandatory markets are progressive is because of the requirement for producer to participate in the wholesale market in order to supply consumers and ensure that there is order in the market. And also consumers are free to choose from many available retailers, and the retailers have a choice of choosing distribution companies. For example, and I keep on challenging KPLC, I don't know whether they have come, but sometimes they may come or they may not, because they are part of the stakeholders, but I think they are also here. What you find is that Kenya Power can rebrand itself. Like if I was KPLC, I give them consultancy for free. They can unbundle their distribution by creating, because it's a PLC company, for example, they can create KPLC Nairobi and the Metro region to be more efficient, you know, which is a subsidiary of the PLC company. You know, that is what Egypt has done. Egypt had this Egypt Power Company, and then they realized it was not efficient as they wanted. So what they did is that they split it into 6 companies. You know, like Cairo has 2 companies. Then Alexandria, South Egypt, there are companies that are supplying electricity. What happened is that those companies now compete for the resources. And you'll find even the investments, for example, investments, the way investments are driven globally. If the company in Western Kenya, for example, KPLC Western, for example, is very efficient, you may find investors wanting to go and settle where the power is reliable, power is competitive. And even as we bundle, we need to have this in mind. But also you can buy directly from even from KenGen. You can buy from there if you are a large consumer. If you are an eligible customer, you can be able to buy from KenGen or carrier, deliver your power in Tatu City, or deliver your power in Machakos or in Nanyuki, and you pay KETRACO for the use of the system. I think it should be as simple as that, so long as people observe the rules. Then the matter of open access in the power sector, of course, is non-discriminatory. Should be non-discriminatory, meaning that you cannot prevent anybody unless there are reasoning behind it. And this one is open to the transmission system. And again, it comes with competition, it comes with efficiency, diversification of power sources, innovation, and also reliability, as you'll be able to see later. Now, we undertook a cost of power, a power market study in the year between 2020 and 2022. It took a longer time because of COVID, but we were able to do a very comprehensive study that was supported by the World Bank on how we should restructure or how we should look at our market. And sometimes, when you look at the costs and the benefits of our power market, you know, sometimes you have to, if the costs are more than the benefits, then there is no need for a market. That is one. And again, also adopting the regulations. If the regulations are very expensive to implement, then there is no need for those regulations. And again, the issue of balance of probabilities. There has to be an argument, a sufficient argument that the standard of proof will be met. Like if you say that the costs are lower than the benefits, so we implement the regulation, well and good. And of course, in addition to the power market study, we have done a RIA to complement the findings of the power market. Next one. When you are looking at cost-benefit analysis of the power sector, for example, and this is important as it is transition into a market. I was just looking at, going back and looking at the time when we were reviewing the tariff last year. We had about 8.8 million customers by the end of June 2022, and those are the customers that we are using when we are doing the simulation for the tariff. And what you find is that out of the 8.8 million customers, about 6.3 million customers were consuming 0 to 30 units, for example, meaning that they are under the lifeline tariff. And that was 71% of the customers. The revenue contribution to Kenya Power was 4%. And that is a fact. I think the level should be, I could be the one to interrogate that. That is a fact. 71% of our customers contribute 4% of the revenues that KPLC has to get. Secondly, consumers between 30 to 100 to over 100, I can just group them together. They give about 24%, but that's where they are paying. The middle income people and the high income people, they are contributing 4.7 billion shillings, which is 35% of revenue. So when you look at now the customers, so about, we can say about 71 plus 24%, that is about almost close to 95 or 96% of the customers, 95 of the total domestic customers. The domestic customers are giving you 4.7 billion. So in terms of revenue, they are giving you 4% plus 35%, all domestic customers, which is about 39%. Meaning that the industries are the ones that give you like 60% of the KPLC revenues. And that is very, very important because most of the companies that have been defective have been the industries. You know, like they have been installing solar systems. And of course, KPLC as a company, of course, is trying to compete with those other people who are installing solars and wind into the system because they are still fighting for the same market. So maybe what I'm saying is that, like commercial and industrial one, you know, they are providing about 16% of KPLC revenue, CI2 11%, CI3 5%, industrial 5%, and the biggest industries they give you about 4%, and street lighting is just 1%. I thought that is very important. As we usher into the market, for example, and this is a contribution of the sorry. This one is repeated. So when it comes to the global cost of generation, because again you have to look at what will the market give you. When you go to the market, for example, and we saw that in the year 2014, we went and tendered for geothermal power. You know, GDC in Menengai, and they were able to get a competitive tariff, even that was equivalent to what Kengen is able to give in the market. Because that was a market. So what I'm saying is that when you look at the IRENA, this is the International Renewable Energy Agency, they normally compile all the costs. And in the analysis that we have established is that when you look at the year 2010, that is about 2010 and 2022, that is 12 years. Most of the costs of generation for all the technologies, apart from geothermal and hydropower tariffs, actually maybe they have increased. And because of, those are global markets, not for Kenya, but for the global market. But you look at, for example, hydropower, in 2010, the tariff for the levelized cost of electricity was about 5 4.2 cents, and that has increased to 6 cents. And because, again, hydropower projects are becoming more expensive, because of relocation issues, you have to relocate communities, you have to actually order for these generators to you pre-order. So that's why it has gone globally. But when you look at something like solar PV, it has reduced by 89%. You know the cost of solar globally. By the year 2010, solar PV was about almost like 40 cents. Right now we are talking about less than 5 cents. 89% reduction. Onshore wind, again, it was about 10 US cents. It has reduced to about 3 cents. And countries like Morocco, like Egypt, they have been able to get very competitive bids. Mainly what I'm saying is that these prices have been determined by the market. Because for us, we have to sort of vacate the feed-in tariffs policy, tariffs. They are not cheap. They are expensive. They are expensive because there is no subjecting of that process into a market where there is competition. And that's why it's important as we introduce the power markets, we have to look at how generation will be, because unless there is cheap power, as you'll see in the next slide, power markets will not be very, very competitive. Somebody wanted to find out what is it that the regulator has done to ensure that KPLC becomes a responsible company. And in terms of the network, we have been able to give an approval for a tariff. I thought it was important that I use this. For example, of course, we have indicators like KAIDI, you know, the customer average interruption duration index, SAIDI, and SAIVI, those ones. The benchmark we have given KPLC is about 1.36, 1.5. The expected targets, because they may not achieve, what you see in red there is what we think. We should be able to take them to where the world is. But at the moment, like when we are reviewing the tariff, they were at 5.7 for the same, 8.5 and 3.20, meaning that they were below performance. Right now they are improving, but we have given them a 3-year window where they have to work on reducing them. But the most important is the transmission network and also the issue of technical losses and commercial losses, because we have been able to disaggregate that in the tariff. And we have done that to ensure that KPLC is more efficient. For example, at the moment, KPLC, that's not KPLC, the system, the electricity system, the technical losses for transmission is 4.5%. Okay, that is what was in the system by the time we are reviewing the tariff. And then the technical losses, again 8.07, and commercial losses 11.39%, giving a total loss at about 12.46. But when you look at the total electricity losses now, when you add now the technical and the commercial, you are going to get about the actual that they have was 23.96%. But we, as my colleague mentioned, we as a regulator, we cannot allow them that. So initially we had 19.9%, we came to 19.5, and at the moment we are 18.5%. Anything that is, any difference between 18.5 and the 23% that they are achieving, they have to absorb that loss. And then also there are issues of billing late and productivity that we want them to improve on. Now, when it comes to the further just finding from the RIA on the power markets, we did this with a lot of simulation modeling. We did the stochastic dual dynamic programming. That should not scare you. That's just a model that has been used to do the simulation, because it's a model that is going to establish whether you are looking at a spot market, day-ahead markets, and all that. So the model is able to do that. And again, the modeling, again, provided for PPS, prices, and the coverage, again, of the entire country. In terms of core analysis, again, we have looked at, Kenya is sort of closed, but we have allowed for 200 megawatts from importation. And this we knew from Ethiopia, we can be able to get about 200 megawatts if we got through the market. But introducing the power market will lead to access to cheaper generation, as I mentioned. If you subject competition generation, you get value for money. There will be competitive wheeling and network service charges. For example, Kenya now, within the line with Ethiopia, Kenya, KPLC pays KETRACO for a wheeling charge. The same line, Tanzania wants to use it, TANESCO, to buy power from Ethiopia. So it means they will pay something, and they use that network. The revenue, the extra revenue that KETRACO will be able to raise, will have to benefit consumers, because already Kenyans are already paying for that line. And as a regulator, again, what DG said, the prudently incurred cost, we'll be able to see how we can be able to share those revenues with consumers. And then issues of reduction of system losses, improved efficiency, productivity, and all that. One of the preconditions from the power market study and our analysis that we did was that, first of all, we need to have tariff reforms, because unless you split, you know what is the transmission cost, what is the distribution cost, what are the generation costs, what are the various costs within the supply chain. Unless you know the disaggregated costs, then it will be very difficult to even introduce a power market. So the first issue that the study recommended was that for KPLC to operate efficiently, we had to recover the costs to ensure there is efficient revenue requirements, and ensure that there is an indexing of the tariffs to have a cost reflective. And this has already been done. The tariff that we have at the moment is almost 99 to almost 100% cost reflective. And that is good for the market as we move forward, because it will enable us to reduce the costs as more participants come into the market to participate. Then there is also the issue of sustainable financial and operational performance of KPLC. Utilities have to be in good shape even as you enter the market. And we need to enhance aspect of KPLC financial performance, as well as develop clear targets that are able to make the company improve as we progress. And this is work in progress. Again, we also need to enhance our least cost power planning. It has to be almost true to the actual power and delivery that we require. Because power planning that deviate in terms of forecasting, they may not be very, very useful, but we have to strengthen that. And that is also being done and also work in progress. The other issue I want to mention is some of the benefits of participating from the East Africa Power Pool, for example, and also the South African Power Pool. Like, for example, the map, just the next one. Yeah, the map that is up there is showing that, you know, we have about 13 countries for the East African Power Pool. We have Egypt, we have Libya, although Libya is not very active now. We have Sudan, we have Ethiopia, we have Djibouti, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, and Eastern DRC, and Tanzania. Now, the link with Tanzania is very important. For example, as I mentioned earlier, South Africa is having power deficit of close to 6,000 megawatts, 6,000 to 7,000 megawatts. And if we are open for the market, Kenyan companies can be able to sell even power through the link with Tanzania. And that is the revenue that will be coming to our companies, to our investors, as well as opening the market and creating more jobs. But this East Africa Power Pool will only work if we have issue of open access, wheeling tariffs, wheeling charges are well defined, and that is why we have these regulations, so that they will be able to help us achieve all this. And if this is done, we will be able to ensure that the market is working. The study also identified some of the constraints that we may face. For example, the high cost of existing PPAs. You may find some of the PPAs that we have with IPPs, or even sometimes some of even Kenyan PPAs. The cost could be higher than what maybe could be the average for the international market. And that is not something that is, investors move into various countries for various reasons to invest. So those are the tariffs that we got that time. But I don't think those are the tariffs that we can get now if we go to the market. But these high costs of PPAs is one of the constraints that we are likely to face because we have to look at the cost. What are the challenges that you are likely to face? KPLC exposure to contracts that may no longer be economic creates a risk that cannot recover its fixed cost of supply where customers seek alternative supply of energy. For example, if, the market begins and everybody moves, they want to now buy power from some other suppliers in the market, that can work against the financial sustainability of KPLC. So you have to consider all that as you go into the market. Again, KPLC exposure risks may augment over time, given that alternative supply sources in Kenya, especially solar, are reducing in price, creating an increasing gap between costs available to customers and also considering alternative arrangements at the overall cost of KPLC power purchase portfolio. And again, the installation of solar PV by customers creates an added risk to KPLC in recovering its revenue requirements and ensuring financial viability. So that is something that we have observed, and we have to ensure that even at the end of the market, we manage this risk. So in brief, in conclusion, because of time, the benefits from introducing electricity market, bulk supply and open access outweigh the cost. Access to cheaper generation capacities will be available to us. We will see increase in revenues as we engage more in productive uses of energy. Improvement of efficiency, system losses will come down. We will see diversification of resources because you can be able to invest now in geothermal. If you are guaranteed that South Africa wants power from Kenya today, you know somebody can come and develop a geothermal plant, not only to supply to the Kenyan market, but also the supply market down south. But what that means in terms of investment is that the Kenyan sector will be more viable because of the interlinkages. Because as you're more open to the market, you become stronger. Again, provision of ancillary services at a market price. My colleague mentioned about Kenyan paying for it. We have always had a fight with Kenyan, saying that they are paying for the system, and they are not being compensated for that. So I think in one way or another, it will be a time for companies like Kenyan also to rethink how they can be able to manage this kind of business. Again, promotion of participation to regional power pool will be good. Expand the electricity sector. And again, the last one, maybe I can say availability of green jobs, because our green is mainly renewable in nature. So thank you very much. So we can have questions and that is it.
Thank you, Dr. Mutua, for that good presentation. So I think we pick from where we left with the question and answers. And this time I'll start from this side so that at least there's some equity. Yes, moving microphones.
Thank you, Mr. Mutua. Dr. Mutua. My name's Jesse Gishini, the Director of Jagin Energy Development. We do system sizing for small off-grid standalone systems. Now, my question that goes to Dr. Mutua, recently there's an organization or a company in Marsabit that has been denied a PPA license to generate 300 megawatts with wind power. Yet Mr. Mutua did present that the country still has a gap in terms of energy during the peak hours. What is the regulatory doing about it at the current time? Then my other issue today, I want to congratulate the DG. It's the longest time he has stayed with us today. In other stakeholders engagement, he normally comes for 1 minute and then disappears. Thank you for today. Then the other issue, I want to call upon the civil society, the other companies that power generate. Let us take this opportunity to take advantage of the new regulations Right now, Kenya is a free country. We are in the ground. We can generate as much power as we need in solar and wind. The civil societies and the public sector, the private sector should take advantage of this. Let's get on the ground and let's move fast. Thank you.
Asante sana. Next, the hand there.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Mark Ambitho. I'm a lead consultant and a partner in Infotrack Research and Consulting Company. So my question basically goes actually on the EAPP framework that Dr. Mutua talked about. My concern basically, as somebody who has done policy mostly in African countries, is actually that the policies are not tagged specifically on countries, but on political inclination, like depending on the leadership that comes to any country. We have seen this with the pipeline between Kenya and Uganda, and with the port in Mombasa, and the changing variations politically affects a lot of this. I've not seen in analysis you are capturing the political vulnerability that might happen, because I don't think that this is cast in stone. I always see most of the time that depending on the leadership that comes, maybe in Southern Sudan, Uganda, Ethiopia, there's changing variation. So what is actually your take, or actually what is actually your commitment, that notwithstanding political affiliations, this EAPP will stand for prosperity? Thank you.
Thank you. Next one is there. Then the other one we have got, yeah, those five only. Then you come to this row.
Habari zenu. Mimi jina langu ni Beatrice Wayaki kutoka Kikuyu. Mimi ni mbunge mashinani Kiambu County. Swali langu ni hili kwa Kenya Power. 1 year ago, line zetu za stima ziliibiwa. Baada ya kuibiwa, Kenya Power hawakukuja kurudisha hiyo laini. Baada ya kukaa, hawa wezi wakakuja wakachukua poles. Baada ya hiyo, tena Kenya Power wakakuja wakachukua transformer. Tunauliza, kweli Kenya Power wako na sisi kweli? Maji yetu tuna pump na stima. Kwa hiyo 1 year hatuna maji. Wamemalizana na sisi Kenya Power ama ni nini?
Sana, the next one there, then the last one. No, there'll be too many. Okay, yeah, just pick. Okay.
Okay, I'll do it fast. My name is George Flom from the delegation of German Industry and Commerce. I still have a question regarding the first session, particularly section 10 of the regulations, where it says that the authority shall prescribe the tariffs for generation tariffs and retail tariffs. And my question is, why not allow some retailers who might be more efficient and who might be able to offer lower tariffs, why not allow them to offer lower tariffs? So why not have retailers make some suggestions regarding the tariffs and then have EPRA give the okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, let's pick those ones, then we...
Thank you so much. My name is Engineer Wycliffe Were from Tatu City. My question will be one on the proposed regulations. I know Dr. Mutua has just presented on the RIA that was done. But looking at countries that have had similar system, open access and even open market, especially in the developing nations like, giving examples, Nigeria and even South Africa, implementation of this has in essence resulted into more network instabilities as opposed to the reliability that would have been expected and the quality of supply. So I know in line with the regulations, there are a number of stringent measures that EPRA has proposed to ensure that when this open access and electricity market is implemented, then the quality of service is improved. However, even with the existing system, you still find that there are a number of challenges. Does EPRA have enough capacity going forward to ensure that this open access and people accessing the network at distribution and transmission level to ensure that the network remains stable and reliable for consumers? The second question is on the threshold for accessing this open access market, 1 MVA for distribution and 10 MVA for transmission. You realize that these thresholds, in essence, are not reachable for just normal consumers. And to achieve or attain even 1 MVA capacity, you'd require, if in a rural setup, several homes, even to the tune of 100 or even 150. How will this benefit the common mwananchi going forward? And in a scenario where the infrastructure which will be used is still for the same players in the market like KPLC, how will the common mwananchi benefit from this? And at a transmission level, if you say you qualify if you attain 10 MVA, very few farms, if I know, can attain the 10 MVA capacity. In fact, looking at your statistics, maybe it's just the steel manufacturing companies that have that capacity. So is this regulation really going to see the light of day in terms of benefiting the common mwananchi? Another one, in the open access, and Dr. You've just mentioned that when this is operationalized, then Kenyans and even investors have opportunity of wheeling power to countries, neighboring countries that do not have this capacity. Is the infrastructure planning being done by key players in the network or in the industry like KETRACO in tandem with these regulations, such that the line, the 400 kV line that you've said is in place, the extension of the line to Tanzania, taking cognizant of this to ensure that when that line is operationalized, there's enough in terms of the conductors and all that sized to be able to evacuate power to these neighboring countries. I think I'll stop at that and allow the other members to also ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, if you get a chance, make it brief so that you allow other people to also ask their questions.
Thank you, Engineer, for the chance. My name is Samuel Obiero, and as I mentioned earlier, I'm representing Kenya Peasants League. I'll confine myself to this document, and in the interest of time, I'll move with some speed. So, part 2, electricity market. There's a subsection here. The authority, in consultation with the Cabinet Secretary, shall undertake subsequent review of electricity market at least once every 5 years. I've got a bone of contention here. 5 years is too long. We can see EPRA is doing some adjustments every month for petroleum, and I know they have the capacity to even do it in a shorter time. Next is on ancillary services shall be provided by licensee, save for retail supply licenses connected to the grid system. There's a clause here, and the tariff for such service shall be computed as per the methodology set out by the licensee and approved by the authority. I recommend here, if you leave such computation to the licensees, they might come up with their own arbitrary kind of figures, and that might be passed to the consumers. So I suggest EPRA should take an active role in the computation. They should not leave it precisely to these guys. The next is on the tariff structure. This is section 6. The tariff structure shall be determined in the commercial agreement, provided that the tariff should recover all or part of the following costs. And the costs are capital costs, O&M costs, depreciation, return on equity, and the finance cost. I think this needs some kind of adjustment, because if we allow the licensees to really pass the cost down in this manner, they might include other costs like the other finance cost. We are not sure of this. Could you be specific? The finance cost that should be passed down to the consumers. And finally, on the currency of the tariff, I need some guidance here. I'm trying to look at the definitions on the terms. I'm not seeing the currency of the tariff, and I'm guided maybe, or I'm believed to maybe suggest that if we make agreements, the standard currency should be our Kenyan shilling as opposed to the dollar. We had some problems sometimes when the agreements were really based on the dollar, and after the fluctuations, it becomes another problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, maybe that one, then the last one there. But make it brief, please. No, okay. No, okay, you had talked before. Let him talk, then that the last one. Okay.
I'm Sylvester Maina from Batiani Electrical Services. It appears that EPRA, we are afraid, is soon transforming to EPRA, Energy, Petroleum, and Air Regulatory Authority. Yani imebaki kidogo tu mtupimie na mtuzie hewa. Why? There's a lot of question here arising in connection with the power. But the way it was, it appears you are handling in a, I don't know, in a, sijui ni kama tunaongea upusi ama nini. 4 days ago, I was in Machakos, a place called Katoloni, for the sake of spiritual and divine intervention. 4 days when you are there, it rained, and there was lightning. The lights were switched off by power, and that is what normally happens. So, kwa nini mnamna hiyo? Aya. The other thing is this. We want you to move with us. And we said it very well. I don't know what is happening here. If we tell you something about the power, take it seriously. What civil society, akina nani hata mimi are raising, it is not we. Mashinani huko ndio mbaya. And I think it is also high time, instead of just calling people here to news channel and so on, sengine mtengeneze ingine huko mashinani.
Nini niko mbaya mashinani mzee? Tuambie ndio tumaende kwa mtu mwingine.
Kila mtu analalamika sababu ya power.
Sawa, hiyo tumesikia. Asante basi. Patia huyo ya mwisho huyo, alafu tukuje pande hii.
My name is Simon Moi Gakuya, a resident of Maringo Estate. I've been using Kenya Power and Lighting Company services since 1969. It was increasing electricity day by day. I used to pay 12,000 shillings, 6,000 shillings, when I used to pay 1,800 or something of the sort. So when I tried to talk to the power and lighting company, they said they are going to bring another twin meter to check how it's doing. When they came and put up the twin meter, for 1 month it ran. Second month they came and took all the meters. Then I asked, how am I supposed to use electricity? Then they started bringing bills, estimates, where there is no electricity. To date, I have a bill of 138,000. I don't know where to start paying. I went to them. They told me you have to pay, then you can come and complain. How is that?
I think Mzee, that is personal, but what you do, bring it to us here and just see Engineer Simi, just carry up your hand. Yes, give that to Engineer Simi the details, then he'll pick it up.
Secondly,
okay.
you have an energy tribunal. Every time I hear power and lighting company, my heart jumps from the left to the right, then it comes back slowly. Why? Because all the money they collect, people steal. How they steal, I don't know. But my question is this: since there is an energy tribunal, and I knew two guys who have been stealing Kenya Power and Lighting Company. Do you want to know them? Do you want to know them, the two guys who've been stealing?
In confidence, please.
Please. One was Okemo, another one was Yeshoro. Those guys were sentenced in America. You guys refused to take them there. They are still living in Kenya. Do they use Kenya Power and Lighting Company? Do they pay?
I think maybe somebody will say, we know the case.
If you know the case, then look for that money instead of charging.
Thank you. Okay.
Mashinani.
Thank you, Asante. Can you come here? This side, no, this side. Dr. Jaoko, come here, please. Give Dr. Jaoko.
I want also to give them a name, Power and Lighting Company. They should change to Kenya Power and Lighting Company, because they always, when they light, they switch off.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tumepokea hiyo. Dr. Jaoko. No, his hand was up first. Okay. We'll come to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That was good humor, but also a pain that consumer faces. Anyway, from my perspective, my name is Hans Jaoko. I represent a company called Enacom Africa. Like I said, we link projects with finance and other resources. Having said that, I think this is, for me, is an opportune time. From where I was before, we were pushing for some of these things that we are discussing today, open access and so on and so forth, because we believed that this would open up. Our power market was very simple. And very simple is we were trading capacity and so on and so forth. I think one gap that is missing in this discussion, or what you guys have captured, storage has become a very important, I would call it market product. When I look at the least cost power development plan, there are some storage that are included there, but I don't see storage as a product in the market being captured in what we are discussing. So I would request that other than talking, ancillary service is important and so on and so forth, storage is equally important. And in fact, as the market grows with intermittent sources, storage will be very, very important, considering the fact that a number of our countries are really committed to green energy by 2030. Now, the second thing I wanted to comment about is just to elevate what a gentleman spoke there. We are trying to sort of move to a new market. One of the things he spoke about is about the political and whatever, but I would just want to urge you to do some political economy of the transitions that you guys and in political economy, who are the winners and who will be the losers? Some of these things are very important. I was involved with the regional power market, the EAPP market, for 14 years. But the issue of the political economy was very important. Some countries see themselves joining the market as losers, others see as benefit, and this really stalls and withholds conversation. And lastly, I think you, like the DG promised, please don't take 3 years. We are representing some very niche customers who want to invest in this market, the green manufacturing. So, this framework has been lacking, and I'm sure there are companies that want to manufacture green steel and so on, data centers and so on and so forth, to take advantage of the low carbon footprint that resources in Kenya, wind, solar, and geothermal, produce. I think as a country, we are living at the best time. Just help us to enjoy that best time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The hand here. Then two behind, then we come this side.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Mutua and other EPRA members. My name is Odhiambo Dawa. I teach at Tech University of Kenya, formerly Kenya Polytechnic, and I'm a board member of Kenya Renewable Energy Association, KEREA, based at Statmo University Energy Research Center. Now, a lot have been talked, and I hope you have captured. They are very useful for consumers whom you call these stakeholders for. Now, as KEREA members, we are mandated by Energy Act 2019 to advocate for all types of renewable energy. We have come up with 20. The latest is hydrogen, tidal wave, radiation, and others. Unfortunately, we need support from all of you, EPRA, and all stakeholders. Some are considered market forces dictates, which is correct. But it seems as if we are going to leave others to stay the way they are for another 60 years of independence. Because right now we're only preaching solar, biogas. Of course, those are the ones which are there. But these others, which as per International Energy Commission is a renewable energy area, should also be emphasized. And we in KEREA, we need your support. We'll give you. Now, another thing, we seem to be concentrating only on the market. The curriculums of all universities are obsolete. There's nothing renewable energy. I think my students are here. They're just hearing energy from here, learning from EPRA. Thank you very much, EPRA, because they are learning something. But is that the way they should be learning in international hotels throughout for another 60 years? So EPRA need to do something. We'll give you support. EPRA is ready. We are part of the Association of Energy Committee in Parliament. We are there, and we'll give you support. Now, another thing is that Kenya Power, with all the disadvantages which have been talked, it is 100 years, and we had to start somewhere. So dividends used to be very high. Now it's very low. We are crying. Thank you very much. Do something, EPRA. Thank you.
The lady there at the back, the aunt came late. I think there's a lady there, then the two ladies, actually.
Thank you. My name is Esther Otieno. In the presentation of the regulations and regulatory impact system, I saw the word proposed. I remember when my fellow participant, Engineer Maveke, I think, realized that the Gazette notice said that the CS makes the following regulations. Engineer Okech, you said that there was another Gazette notice, right? I presume the other Gazette notice overrides this Gazette notice. Does it? Does it override this Gazette notice?
The Gazette notice about public participation. You know, when you're still engaging the public, okay, how we reach the public sometimes use Gazette notice, we use so many media. We are still now engaging with the public and the stakeholders. Okay. So by the time we Gazette, now the final regulation will be much later. So how many times we engage the public? Can be as many as we can do.
Okay, but you've said that there is one. There is another Gazette notice.
Actually, it's Mr. Driver who brought it to my attention. I've not seen it yet, but if it is there, we are still engaging. Today, we put a notice that we are meeting today. We are still engaging. Okay. So long as we're engaging, there's no limit until now they become a regulation.
Yeah, because I was thinking that if there's another one, it overrides this. So I was wondering why we were here discussing this if there was another one.
I hope I've clarified that. We are okay. Thank you. Okay, that next hand.
Thank you, Chairman.
My name's Catherine Emali. I come from Fatanyayo, Kisii village in South B, which is an informal sector. Now, my proposal or request is that as you talk of going to legalize the so-called cartels, please, can you try and work out and give a regulation whereby there'll be a clause to limit how much they'll be charging after receiving the power. At the moment, we are being charged 500 shillings for only one bulb in your room. You know, in our area, we only have small rooms, less than 10 by 10. They charge 500. If you try and fix a socket with a heater or something, it flicks off. So if you only legalize them, you are making a few people in our slums to be rich. If you have 10 rooms, that's 5,000. And you know how congestion our slums are. Put it in a way that Kenya Power will give to those cartels at a corporate social responsibility rate. And then when they charge us, you give a clause not to charge maybe more than 200 for a bulb only. That's my request. Number two, in Kenya, we used to get electricity from Jinja, now Ethiopia. What is EPRA doing to market our own country land to get investors and give us energy from our own country? We cannot rely on what is happening to other people to import, because with the import and the payment in dollars is actually an expensive affair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's come this side, please. Okay, I think when everybody talks, let's start with the people who not talk. Yeah. Luru, Georgia Luru.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm saying that because
I thought I was the one controlling, but it's okay. I've allowed you. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Please allow. I will allow you also. Now, I just wanted to bring the meeting into order. First of all, because I think it's good to appreciate that we have the whole leadership of authority here, and so maybe even the language that we are using is good to appreciate that we have some senior members. Also to appreciate that we have Engineer Yungu around. Those are people I consider that if we are in the same sitting, and have that decorum. But since now you've given me a chance, I didn't want a chance, but now I have a chance. First of all, I want to correct people that a gazette notice is normally published every Friday by different departments of government. But now, the one by EPRA, actually to correct people again, we only have one gazette notice in March, and that was on Friday. And that was gazette notice number 28. Now, I did not say I have another gazette notice. I said there is a gazette notice on the website of the Kenya law. If Engineer Okech has not seen that, and he is from EPRA, I'm very worried, because it should be very clear that they have some good agreement about the regulations they are going to discuss today. And in case of a change, that should have appeared. I'm just saying that on a light note, but I know you might have been busy, it was a weekend.
Tell us your point, please.
But finally, finally, is that there is some data you have presented, actually, Dr. Mutu has presented, very good tables. But there is one that I think we need to be genuine and say that that cannot, is a very mobile or dynamic data. On the users, if you say we have this number in Lifeline, this number in domestic ordinary, that cannot be captured. Even if you try as much as possible, there are still people changing today. So that data I have also quarreled with Kenya Power very many times because they cannot give us that number. They do not know how many users are in domestic Lifeline, and it is always in dispute. So, but what do I want to say? I wanted to propose so that the regulator can push Kenya Power to be sending someone a message during the payment that you are told you are in this tariff. Because every time you will hear people saying, out of 1,000 units, I got 27, other times I get 23. But I know there is the right forum to tell Kenya Power that we need those messages so that they can be informing people. That way, even the people in this room cannot even know they are in which tariff. So when you give us that number, we can only imagine that that is true, but we are very helpless. but we can be getting that on the message.
Thank you. Thank you. George Aluru, you can give Mr. Aluru. His hand was up first.
Yeah, thank you. My name is George Aluru from KEPSA and also CEO of the Electricity Sector Association of Kenya. First of all, I think it's positive that we have these regulations. It seems now we are actually seeing some motion in the sector, which is really good, very appreciated. We will share like a full list of our comments. We have very many comments, but I choose maybe just to focus on about 3 for now. First is just reading through the regulations. I don't really understand where we are trying to go as an overall structure. So are we trying to have a wholesale market with day-ahead pricing, with also some capacity, at least for the old power plants still having capacity payments? And where are we placing like the commercial and industrial sector? Where are we placing any other way of supplying customers? Because my belief is that if we are designing a market, then we put the customer at the center. And we decide this customer needs to be given power that is cheap, that is reliable, and quality etc. So which are these possible ways to supply them? But for a lot of the document, we're actually talking about how do we ensure Kenya Power doesn't suffer, which is fine. I mean, it's fine, but also we can't do it without giving some sort of time limit. For example, when you say that a customer is not if you already have an existing supplier from some licensee, which most likely will be Kenya Power, you are technically not allowed to get one from someone else. For how long? Are we trying to then say forever? Or even if I'm a customer and I build, let's say, a new line that consumes electricity, even for that new line, am I still locked by the same law? How do we envision to transition between a market where we are catering for the stability of Kenya Power to a market where the customer now has full choice and Kenya Power can also be part of that choice? That's my first one. Then there's also a mention around there shall be no capacity markets. It will be more an energy market going forward, and the capacity side will only be for the existing PPAs, which in my view I think it's a wrong kind of approach, because we know in this country our problem has always been capacity. We have energy, but capacity is an issue. So my suggestion would be that for the capacity side, why don't we carve out some sort of auction process for capacity? You could define the timelines, whether it's 5 year, you go to market and ask for capacity for 5 years or for 10 years or for whatever number of years, while you also run the energy side. And again, within the same clause, there is this, you'll be allowed to go into an energy market, but then your price is regulated or is capped by the regulator. And this doesn't work. I mean, from an investor point of view, if you're going to put in generation, you want to know that you are able to recover your costs from the fluctuations of the market. Let's say if we were pricing our power every hour on an hourly basis, you are able to charge higher at peak when the demand is much high. But if you cap it, then this investor who comes in as energy only will have no way of recovering a lot of their capital costs. So we need to, as we open the market, we also kind of define a business model that can work for an investor. Then, yeah, I think this could still go back to my comment on the market. How do you want the price to be determined? And I think this is really important, whether we want the market to determine the price or we want the regulator to determine the price. And even in the determination of the price will be determined based on how you design the market. Like we can't prescribe a price. If we are trying to go into a market kind of operation, we must provide the conditions that allow for a certain kind of price to be achieved. And again, you show me that I have options to sell to the East African Power Pool, I have options to sell directly to a customer, I have options to sell to Kenya Power, and as the producer then I kind of price that, and I will give you a lower price because I know I'm competing with the others, and I can, if I don't get this market, I can sell in another market. But at the moment, in my view, and perhaps I'm getting it wrong, I don't see how you're bringing everything together. How you're bringing the CNI guys, how you're bringing in Kenya Power, how you're bringing in the new people who will come for generation, new customers. We need to put the customer at the center and define something that works for them.
Thank you. We'll clarify this one. Thank you. I think the last one there. Then this one, then the last one here.
Okay, thanks a lot. My name is Nick Nyaga. There's a time when we are here, there was an issue to do with the smart meter. Yeah, smart meter. So most of the people, especially most of the landlord and the private contractors, it was a very good idea. But now it is, most of the people, they can't get it and they don't know the process. So my concern is, can you give us what is the update of it, progress, and maybe charges? Yeah.
You are saying you how to get
smart meter.
Okay.
Yeah, smart meter.
To Kenya Power Lighting. Yeah, no, you won't get them from me. You're from Kenya Power. Okay,
you
so
direct me where I can get it.
Okay, I'll research. I'll let you know. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. My name's Tabu Charles, Chairman Bunge la Wazalendo. My concern comes to part 5, miscellaneous, section 42, subsection 1, and in comparison to section 43, subsection 1 again. So my question is, I've come to realize that you have come to give yourself leniency in terms of crime committed in your duties, whereby you subscribe on the section 42(1), a person who willingly gives false or misleading information is going to be liable for a charge of not less than not exceeding 10 million. While in section 3, whereby if the offenses, any offenses which is committed by regulators, or let's say like directors, chairman, manager, secretary, you'll find that now they are being charged 100, fine not less than 100,000 shillings, or a term of imprisonment not exceeding 6 months. Compared to common mwananchi, the other section 2, that is section 42(1), I find it that it should be in equal terms, where section 2, section 42 and section 43 should be equally. We should not discriminate, because these are state duty workers, and you can tell me that the DG can be given a penalty of 100,000, and while me as a common mwananchi I'm given 10 million. Are we justifying? Is it justifiable? Because we need to be fair in aspect of integrity here. The people who are entrusted with these public offices are you, and when it comes to penalties, you are giving yourself a reasonable fee, while others, common mwananchi, is given 10 million and also 6 months, while you 100,000 or 5 months. Surely,
Anyway,
I need to be observed.
Even me, I'm very concerned, because not all of us are not going to remain in these offices forever. Next time I'll be a common mwananchi, so thank you for that. We'll pick it up. I'm also very concerned anyway.
Yeah, that's why we want to amend the Public Service Act.
And that's why we are doing public participation.
We want to amend the Public Service Act, because what we are seeing that laws are, it's as if laws in Kenya are made for the common mwananchi to get severe punishment, while the state officers who are corrupt are being given leniency. Look at what happened in the other side of pipeline, the explosion. You'll find that the investors were the one to be arrested, while the regulators were.
Anyway, imefika nyumbani, asante. Okay, thank you. The last one, then we close. We do the answers. The hand which has been up there at the corner. You know, you are standing between us and our lunch, so make it fast.
Good afternoon.
Make
Good afternoon.
Yes.
My question is, my name is Victor Bet. My question also stems from the issues of penalties, yeah? Now, if you look at the issue of the licensees that are now going to be part of the pool countrywide, the different players, of course, will be objective in terms of collection of revenue and commissions there too. in the event that as a consumer, I'm not able to pay maybe a licensee for one reason or the other, there is recourse on my end when I'm having complaints. But for them who are, for instance, Kenya Power, if today I told myself I'm not going to pay a bill, of course Kenya Power will come after me and use all the mechanisms to get that bill. But are Kenya Power also allowed to go to the tribunal to recover those amounts, or they directly go to the commercial courts?
Thank you so much. Maybe I'll allow reactions from those ones, and thank you for the people who have offered to ask questions. We will take all questions very seriously and we'll act on them. There's still an opportunity for you to submit to us written submissions on your questions, which maybe, like George had said, he could not enumerate all of them. We are here to make these regulations better. I'm very happy about those penalties, which even me, because I know very soon I'll be a common citizen. I don't want to be dealt with badly, and it's me who was sitting here. And likewise to DG, not all of us are here permanent, so we are concerned about those ones as well. Dr. Mutua, can you just come and react to this? Some few, or Newton, our pricing, manager pricing.
Thank you, Dr. I think I'll start with in the reverse question. I think the issue of disclosure about the tariff category, I think that's one of the arguments that the board has already given. So we'll be making a discussion with Kenya Power to be disclosing the full extent of the composition of the cost when you're getting a token. What are the composition, and also the tariff category for that customer. I think that is information that we got when we went around doing our own economic regulation inspection compliance. We got that kind of a comment from consumers, and I think it's good that you've also raised it up. So it's part of the communication that we'll be giving to Kenya Power in due course. And then George, I think the question about price determination, it also relates to a guy from the German delegation. I think it's going to be a competitive issue, meaning that parties are going to discuss their contracts, and then they agree on a tariff. If that tariff does not make sense for a customer will not go take that kind of a tariff. So it comes to EPRA, we review, the parties will discuss the cost, and then they make the submission to the authority. So the initial point of starting that conversation will be between the parties. So if you are an investor and then you price yourself out of the market, and then you submit as your capex that it costs you 10 times what a normal investment would also cost. I think you'll price yourself out of that market. You don't have additional customers coming to your way. So while the price will be initiated through private discussion, private investors, in your words, you say the private parties are able to price that service better. I agree with you, but it will also be regulated in terms of it will have to come to the authority for approval to test whether it is because there's a regulation that defines what kind of costs are eligible for the purpose of setting a tariff, both for generation, transmission, distribution, retail. So we pray to have a good idea about what's the cost of generation. So if you're buying bulk power, we know what KenGen on average the cost of generation is. We know the investment that Ketago has already done, the 100% government owned. So we don't expect them to put a lot of markup and margins here. So the authority has a lot of data about this differentiated cost across all those spectrum. So while it will be initiated by the parties, but it will be the authority that will be doing now the final technical check to see that it is within the expected scope and price. I think the other question was on. I think I've answered your question. And then the other was on the issue about the structure of the composition of the cost. There was something about finance cost. I think in those regulations, one of the components that contributes the cost of supplying is the cost of financing for that project. Because as an investor, if you are going to borrow money, you need to ensure that the rate that you are delivering that service to the customers is able to recoup your investment costs, your return on equity, which is guided by the authority, and even your finance cost. So even in the existing contracts, you find that if KenGen wants to put up a power plant, they disclose that I got this concessionary funding from the government through from Japan at 2%. So in that tariff that you're going to develop, the cost of finance will be 2%, and not even the market rate of 10.5% if that's a going market. So that finance cost is an eligible cost, which in the technical language is called is a part of the revenue requirement that you consider when you're setting up tariff. So it is not something that you are going to say that you're going to cherry pick that that you want to leave it out, because it forms part of the cost of delivering that service of generation, transmission, or distribution. And then the currency of the tariff. I think most of the I've seen some renegotiated PPAs that Kenya Power has done. Most of them that are being acceptable to converting from USD to Kenya shillings. That's a conversation that's existing, but the spirit of that regulation that you talked about, the currency, it was about the inflation. Most of these contracts they are indexed to inflation, meaning a portion of that tariff is indexed to inflation. So if your tariff is in US dollars, we are saying that your indexation to inflation should also be the CPI for US dollars. So you cannot have a tariff that is in US dollars, but you're looking for CPI in Kenya shillings, because Kenya shillings CPI is normally volatile. So if you did that, you end up having a larger percentage of that cost being escalated to inflation, while actually the actual real US dollar inflation is very small. So it was purposely to, first of all, to issue a reason why you should have indexation in US dollar in the currency of the tariff itself, and secondly, also the return, because it has two components. You have the indexing to inflation and also a return that you're supposed to get. So even that return, you're looking at the return that is commensurate to investments of that currency, because if you make an investment in US dollars, there's some smaller. It's less risky compared to say you make an investment in Uganda shillings. So that return that you're going to ask, because you cannot, if your tariff is in US dollars, you cannot come and say the CBR, the central bank rate is 14%. So I also need 14%. I think we are going to look at the commensurate return that US government securities will offer you for that kind of an investment in US dollars, because these returns go in hand with the currencies. So I think I'll invite Dr. Mutua to come and discuss the other comments.
Yeah, even as Dr. Mutua comes, I'll also pick a few. The first one was about from Jesse. Companies must have been denied a PPA for 300 megawatts. As you are aware, when we are presenting here, we saw you. Just come, Dr. Mutua. I'm just doing a few, just then you pick up, then you summarize, and we'll come back again. You saw at what's called the penetration of the variable renewables, like how much we have of the wind and how much we have of the solar. And you see, we cannot take just unlimited number of these variable renewable sources. So sometimes we must also control how much can we have, because like a solar power plant will be only available during the day, and sometimes the power output from it is fluctuating, isn't it? And it causes what we call that ancillary service provision must be enhanced as well. So as we do system planning, sometimes we dictate how much you can pick, because we don't want to make it have a less reliable system. One also talked about, I think this was from about Tatu City, telling us that why do we limit the threshold? It's just like assuming I got my maize in Busia, and I want to carry one sack of maize and come and sell it, I go sell it in Mombasa, isn't it? Is it viable? No, that's why, like, we check at our evacuation lines, which are high voltage. The capacity you can talk on those lines must also be transmission capacity levels, isn't it? But if you want to take a very small capacity, then the economies of scale, even the losses on that line, isn't it? The way I've given you an analogy of me having my 2 bags of maize in Busia, I want to go sell it in Mombasa. By the time I reach Mombasa, I will not be competing in the market, isn't it? So it's still good. We are refining, but it's good to look at it in that kind of, the way Dr. Mutua said, this is just like a typical market, isn't it? We must obey those market forces. The last one I react to before Dr. Mutua picks over and maybe summarizes, I will not come back again, is about getting power from our neighbors, maybe Ethiopia, getting power from Tanzania, and my sister wanted us to get power only from within Kenya. it's good sometimes to check at how much power we're getting at what prices. Although that document will talk about it. Like the power we are getting from Ethiopia, we got it at a very competitive price. Sometimes we don't need to struggle ourselves to get a very expensive power plant in Kenya just because it's in Kenya, and it's going to work against us by bringing the cost of power down, isn't it? So that's why we don't want to go to the regional market. We want now to interconnect with all the Eastern African countries, even up to Libya, isn't it? Then we have now a bigger market of economies of scale. That also makes the the interconnected power plants have more more capacity to absorb the shocks, what we call the inertia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Engineer Okech. Just to pick from where you have left, you know, security of supply and also regional interconnection, they work together. And like the entire Europe is full of power markets. We have the Nordic power pool, we have the Central Europe power pools, Eastern Europe power pools. Everybody now is supplying the market. Even the US, if you go to the US, most states, like whether it's West Coast or East Coast, it is about power pool, people coming together, pool resources, because you become more efficient. Having said that, just to add on the other issue of the political issue on EAPP, I know DG is here, will be able also to comment on it, because he also sits in the board of EREA and IRB, the international, the regional regulatory board. We have tried to, as much as we can, to insulate EAPP, that is the East Africa Power Pool, for many political pressure. And the way we have done it, Engineer Ketch, you should have mentioned that we have harmonized the grid codes, you know, within the region. First of all, we are ensuring the grid codes are harmonized. And then also the regulators of the East African Power Pool countries, that is EPRA and others, we are actually, we have an association of the regulators, and we have a regional regulatory board, the IRB, that will be able to oversee that. And the regulation of the regional regulator has been harmonized with the in-country regulators, so that there is no dispute. And I think when we work together as countries within the region, there are more benefits than when you just work alone. Because they say, I don't know when you want to walk alone, when you want to go near, walk alone. When you want to go far, work with other people. And that is what the markets do. There is an issue that was mentioned by, I think this was a Swahili one, by Beatrice about the issue of the pause. I think, Beatrice, we are available here. You can give us those specific issues, especially if you complained. You can also share with us so that we take it with KPLC, because I think 1 year without power is not a good thing. George, I think we have taken your, and I think we should be even have to have another meeting, because we are also going to have another meeting with donors to discuss, with some of the donor partners to discuss the regulations. We can also pick it up from there. But basically, we are looking at tariffs that are determined by the market. It's not EPRA that is going to set, rather than the market that either if you procure competitively, even when parties agree on a tariff, we don't interfere in that process. If parties sit together, they say it is 5 cents, we are more likely to approve that. Yeah, but we ensure that we protect both the investors, both the supplier and the buyer. We want to be sure they are well protected. I think the issue of SATA to city engineer, you have been able to answer that. Opportunities within career, I think from within career, I think we have taken it up, and we will ensure that we work with you, because we even have an MOU with Strathmore University, where we are trying to promote renewable energy, not only in Kenya but also regionally. So we will be able to pick part of to pick what you have said. On the issue, I think that was Obiero on review the market every 5 years, and the feeling is that it is long, because I think we review. I think there was a mention that we review the pass-through cost even of the fuel prices every month. Again, because when you are reviewing a market, it's not like publishing maybe tariffs. A review of the market, there has to be structural changes that have to take in that market. And that's why the market reviews cannot be done a year or even 2 years. And again, also, because the CS Energy, every 2 years, is presenting a report to the National Assembly on the status of the energy sector. So the other reports that are provided that give feedback to citizens on what is happening within the energy space. But given that markets change because of technology, financing, movements like energy transitions, I think that is provided for also within the Energy Act itself. So the drafter of the Energy Act felt that 5 years is good enough to have ample time to look at what fundamental issues have happened and what can be incorporated. Again, the issue of ancillary service, I think that has been sort of, yeah, the issue of storage, yes, battery storage actually, and that is, the issue of battery storage is that it's not being ignored, it's part of this process. Actually, within our list cost, Dr. Jaoko, is that we have recognized that. And even within this tariff control period that we are in, we gave KPLC a room to play around with 150 megawatts on battery storage. But the catch is that it has to be competitively procured. If they're able to procure that capacity, we'll be able to incorporate it. Because it's good for spinning. You can store energy maybe for 3 hours or 4 hours. And you can use it to stabilize the network. So that one has been provided for as we have been planning. Tariff structure issues has been taken care of. The Catoloni person, I think, sorry for the prayers, but issue, but we have taken note, and of course, part of this report, as we compile these issues, we share these sentiments from stakeholders to KPLC. I think they are here. I've seen somebody from there, but I won't ask them to speak. But we have KPLC in there, so they are hearing all these things. Simon Gakuya, about the 1969, being a KPLC customer. Again, I think take what Engineer Okech mentioned about Engineer Simio. Please ensure that you give the number to him and you'll be able to help. And the DG is here. The DG can also personally also follow on that officially. Mm-hmm. Oh yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you. So we recognize the technologies like hydrogen and all those other technologies that are we'll be able to do that. And the issue of Gazette notice, I think we have agreed that this is a draft Gazette notice. Is for comments. Once we get to your comments, we'll be able to finalize, submit to our board, and eventually after all the approvals, they will be submitted to Cabinet Secretary for Energy. And does not only go to the Cabinet Secretary for Energy. We will have to take it to Parliament. It goes to do the AG, and then also the Legislative Committee of the National Assembly before they are gazetted. So there is still a process that has to be done. The issue on the data of the number of customers, that is the river.
Online audience, I hear they're complaining. Can take a few questions from there.
Okay. So the issue of data, normally because when we are reviewing the tariff, we usually tell them to clean the data, yeah, and share with us. And because we are able to look at how many customers consistently remain within that tariff band. If it's 0 to 30, the system will migrate you to the next. If you consume more than 30 units, you go to the next customer category. But we are able to ensure that the customers who are consistently within a certain band, for example, it is that number. But of course, I do agree and I take your suggestion that this is a matter that we can be able to work with KPLC to ensure we know the number of customers who are within a tariff band, those who have moved. Is good for reporting. And I think in general case, we can include that as part of our reporting from KPLC going forward. And George Aruru from KEPSA, about the overall structure. I don't know what the time you came, George. George is a friend of mine, yeah. But we can engage because we are saying, we are not rolling out the issue of capacity market because we know we have geothermal power. Geothermal power, hydropower is very expensive to invest in. And that is what gives us the anchor capacity when it comes to farm power, for example. And because we are going to have capacity markets, because we are not exiting, we are not saying that now from today, tomorrow is energy market. No. There is to be a transition period. If you look at the regulation, we have put a transition period, first of all, because of the capacity PPAs that we are. But then also going forward, again, there is the Energy Act also provides the way you have to bring in, for example, geothermal power. Because you have to, when you are looking at the fields, again, the government will also gazette those fields in a competitive sort of procurement for those fields, the ones that are not operated by GDC and or KenGen. But again, KenGen will continue to provide that anchor because of KenGen is a special purpose vehicle for energy security in the country. So they will still continue developing geothermal or even hydro that is large scale and that will give the grid stability. Yeah, so but we can pick up the other issues, George, with you. Again, the issue of some of the other issues, maybe I would say that we take them as a way of enriching the regulations. The issue of not to prescribe a price, that one we are not going to do. Again, the consumer being at the center, of course, we know the consumer is the one that drives whatever the market will be producing. So we'll try and see the kind of model that we have, whether voluntarily or even mandatory, and how we ensure that the customer is well served. Nick Nyara on the smart meter. I think these are matters that I think that when you talk about smart meters, could be the smart meters for the industry, but also could be the meters that KPLC has to use to supply electricity to consumers. And I know there was a court issue, but now I think they have been bringing a lot of meters. Even electric mobility, I've not heard people mention, but that is the biggest thing, by the way, in the country, that electric mobility requires a lot of smart meters. And those are the people actually also who are moving as we speak. Because DG, I was looking at the numbers, we gave KPLC a maximum of 15,000 kilowatt hours per every vehicle charging point. Or maybe, yeah. But right now they have exceeded to almost 28,000 kilowatt hours, meaning that there is a lot of demand that is coming from e-mobility. So that is something that I've not heard from the floor, but it requires a lot of smart metering, this process, and innovation in the way we are doing things. And I think the issue of the fines, we have taken note of that. The reason why I think, and that is the reason why maybe I don't know how to explain differently from Engineer Okech, because one is looking at a licensee who is giving you also false information. Because you can imagine, like if you're investing in billions, you know, and you give information that is not correct, the damage to the economy is always higher. But this is something that has to do with the issues of law and the way we have to ensure balance of probabilities are dealt with within the judicial space. But I do feel what you have said. And of course, we have to be liable. If it is EPRA, we have to be, or EPRA or any other entity, we still have to comply with the law, and we have to be penalized as per the law. Equally, yeah, equally, proportionately. Let me put it. Okay. So thank you, DG. Maybe I could invite you to come, but I think as DG comes, thank you very much for your comments. We have received, because we have been recording, but I'm told there are some people online. They want to have some comments. Should that come after DG as? Okay. 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 Maybe DG you can come here. They can ask when you are here. Actually, you can take the online one.
Henry should come on. Henry, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, DG. Actually, I have just called Tom to let him know that the people who are online, who are asking whether they can be given a chance to ask a question. I can see Brian Munene had asked, maybe somebody had carried up his hand for so long. I think he got tired. But you could just ask them to maybe post them on the chat, then you can take them later. Thank you.
Are you done, Henry?
Yes. Thank you.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
we'll post on the chat. Okay.
There are a couple of. So maybe we can take them in the chat and we'll be able to respond to them maybe offline. Yeah. So I think maybe I just want to take this opportunity. I know in the last session I was in and out dealing with other matters on phone. I didn't get a lot of the comments that came, but I think the team has done justice in answering the questions. I think for me, as a wrap-up, is just again to just reiterate the support that we require of members of industry, civil society, the public in actualizing these regulations. As I said, these regulations are quite critical to the energy journey of this country. When the story is written from in terms of power sector and power markets reforms, as Dr. Mutua was saying, from the East African Power Company to the Kenya Power Company to KPLC as a vertical integrated utility, to the unbundling of the electricity sector in Kenya, the formation of KETRACO, the formation of GDC, the move from ERB to ERC to now EPRA, and the mandate that we have in the law. This regulation is really critical to the development of the electricity subsector, as it were. And we really want to call on those who have comments, both technical, and social as well, to be able to give us these comments. As the team had said at the start, we have an opportunity for you to be able to send your comments to us by email. You're able to submit written memoranda. A couple of people have said they're going to submit written memoranda to us by the 8th. We can then continue having engagements at a bilateral level with some of you in industry, as John had said, with development partners, with consumer lobby groups, which will allow us to then finalize these regulations, which we do believe will be for the best benefit of the country. But again, as maybe pick up George, you were talking about how this will happen. It will be a lot of bilaterals. Will allow the market to be exactly that, a market. We will set up the rules and the structures for the market, but allow for private sector to then compete. And when private sector competes with that competitive tension, you'll have then better quality of service, you'll then have better pricing, and the consumer will have optionality. That's really what we want to get to, so that then the consumer has optionality, private sector is allowed to compete on who provides the best service and at the best, at the most convenient cost. Again, ladies and gentlemen, it's afternoon. I know I'm probably standing between you and lunch, but I want to thank you on behalf of the authority for making time to be here with us for this very important session. And we urge you to continue to give us your comments on email, written memorandum. I think that has been put up there in terms of where our offices are located, so that then we can make a regulation that is well informed, that is fit for purpose in terms of meeting the local Kenyan circumstance, but also to ensure that it is in tandem with what we're trying to do, not only as a country, but also as a region, being a member of the East African Power Pool, and as we look to not develop only domestic regional markets, but also markets at a regional level. As Dr. Mutua, I think, had said, there is a huge opportunity for Kenya, because where we are geographically placed, for us to be the hub when it comes to power trade and interconnecting the East African Power Pool to the Southern African Power Pool, so that then we can be able to harness our resources and provide more opportunities for Kenyans. As I said, for all of us in the room, whether you're a member of the public, you're civil society, or you're commercially leaning, there are a lot of opportunities that will come out of this regulation, whether as a generator, as a transmitter, as a retailer of power, or a distributor of power, which will, in my view, revolutionize this country. So again, ladies and gentlemen, asanteni sana.
Thank you, DG. I have the singular pleasure of giving a vote of thanks, and I will not belabor it because we are running quite late, So very special thanks to our Director General for your able leadership and for your vision for this sector. We thank you. To the management team, Dr. Mutua, Engineer Okech, and your teams for all the efforts you've put into developing these very progressive regulations. Asante sana. To the communications team at EPRA for putting this event together, for all the effort you've put in. Tunashukuru asante sana. To the media for your continuous support. Thank you very much. Finally, to you, our stakeholders, we thank you so much for taking time off your very busy schedules, for your contributions, for your discussions that we had today. Asante sana. As DJ has said, you can continue to send us your feedback, your memorandum through our email addresses or through our offices in Nairobi and across the country. Finally, we would like to break bread together. We are serving lunch on the 5th floor, so please pick your vouchers as you exit and we can discuss further over lunch. Asanteni sana. God bless you. Sorry. I'm very sorry to call you back. In proper African fashion, we must pray before our meal. So allow me to do a quick prayer. Let us pray. Bless us, O Lord, and these your gifts, which we are about to receive from your bounty through Christ our Lord. Amen. Enjoy your meal.
As you walk out, please let me have your attention. One of our participants